Ready?
Yeah, thumbs up. No, you got it.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our hardworking central staff employees. Good morning to our nominees. And a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The first meeting of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary of the 34th Legislature is hereby called to order. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary, among other things, is charged with receiving, considering, and making recommendations on nominations for boards, commissions, and agencies that are made by the Governor of the Virgin Islands and require confirmation by the Senate. We are always honored when we find talented Virgin Islanders who are willing to serve, because service is a noble calling of the highest order. To that end, as committee chair, I will ensure that these proceedings are conducted in an honorable manner. My colleagues and I will engage in a thoughtful, robust, and respectful exchange with the nominees in order to properly vet their qualifications for the boards and commissions to which they have been nominated. As Black History Month rapidly comes to a close, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to share an important quote that has been attributed to former President Barack Obama. I find this quote to be particularly relevant to us in this chambers at this particular moment in time. And as leaders, as elected officials, change will come, or change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change we seek. And I think it is clear that as a territory, we're experiencing some significant issues right now, all converging at the same time. But I think this group of persons who have been placed together at this point in time are poised to be the change agents that the people of the Virgin Islands deserve. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., can you hear me? You cannot hear me?
Take off your.
Okay.
Take off your mask.
Apologize. Good morning. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Good morning, I'm here.
Present. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Collard J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph present.
Speak louder, speak louder.
Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Absent. Senator Payne Sr. is absent. Okay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Present.
Senator Potter present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Whitaker present. Oh gosh, okay. Okay. Mr. Chair, we have 6 present and 1 absent.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we've established a quorum and we may proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
This letter is dated February 25th, 2021, to Honorable Milton Potter, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, VI. Dear Mr. Chairman Potter, due to unforeseen circumstances, I will not be attending the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for today, Thursday, February 25th, 2021, at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. I am kindly asking to be excused from this meeting. Please forward all documents received at the meeting to me via email at spayne@lgvi.org or to my office. Thank you for understanding. Sincerely, Stephen D. Payne Sr., Senator at Large, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please record Senator Payne as excused?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, at this time, can you please read the agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for Block 1, today's meeting on the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, to be considered in Block 1 for the...
Hold the mic, because we can hardly
Oh, hold
hear
it? Okay. Oh, I apologize. For the nomination, the consideration of nomination of Jeffrey Boshelta for the Board of Land Use Appeals.
Block one.
Yes, I mentioned it's Block 1, starting with the VI Board of Land Use Appeals, the consideration of nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelta. Also, we will have the consideration of Jeffrey Boshelta for the VI Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors, as well as Mr. Ryan Weishart for the VI Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors. Also for consideration will be Elisa Runyon nomination for the VI Coastal Zone Management Commission. For Block 2, we will start with Bill number 1 for consideration, Bill number 34-0010 for consideration. It's an act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for the construction and operation of gasoline stations. It's sponsored by Senators Janelle K. Sarow and Kenneth L. Gittens. For consideration for the nomination for the VI Taxi Cab Commission, Franklin Brathwaite Sr. For consideration for the UVI Board of Trustees, Henry Smock. Re-nomination to the UVI Board of Trustees will be Henry Smock, apologize. And final will be the VI Board of General Contractors, consideration for nomination, Mr. Julio King. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. As an audio check, I'm going to ask the nominees to please introduce themselves, beginning with Mr. Boshelti, then moving to Mr. Weishart, and then Ms. Runyon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Boshelta, and I'm a practicing architect here in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Boshelta.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Weishart. I'm a land surveyor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weishart.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Runyon. I'm a real estate appraiser in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Ms. Runyon. Can you please put on your camera?
Is it on now? Because it's showing us on.
We are seeing you now.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, just a matter of housekeeping, since we're in the digital age now, conducting the meeting via Teams, we're going to ask that you mute your mic when you're not speaking and try to remember to unmute it when you're ready to speak, when you're recognized. So thank you for that. Nominees, as we proceed, I'm going to ask you to please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you will give today and the responses you will offer will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 I do.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Boshelte, you are recognized to offer your testimony.
Okay, good morning. I will go ahead and proceed with reading my personal statement. As I said, my name is Jeffrey Bosholta. I'm an architect here in the Virgin Islands. Senator Milton E. Potter, Chair of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, other committee members and senators, and to the listening audience, good morning. I'm honored to appear before you today as a nominee for the Board of Land Use Appeals, as well as the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors. I would first like to take the opportunity to thank Governor Albert Bryan for having the confidence in me to serve on these two important boards. If I am confirmed, serving on these boards will be an extension of sorts of my professional duty as an architect in our community, as the primary responsibility of licensed architects is the duty to protect public health, safety, and welfare through our decision-making process. A bit about my background. I was born and raised in St. Thomas, VI, and attended All Saints Cathedral School from junior kindergarten through the 12th grade. While in high school, I was able to secure summer jobs in a local architect's office and later a local engineering firm. This was one of the factors that led me to decide on my chosen career path as an architect. After graduating from high school, I attended the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia, where I completed my undergraduate studies, leading to a Bachelor of Science in Architecture degree. During summer breaks in college, I returned home to do summer internships with local architecture and engineering firms, one of which hired me as an architectural intern upon graduation from college. After working in St. Thomas for a year, I was accepted into the Graduate Architecture School program at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, where I earned a Master of Architecture degree. Upon completion of my graduate studies, I returned to St. Thomas, where I continued employment at an architecture firm and gained the required experience necessary for licensure. I became a licensed architect in 2000 and continued on as an employee until 2002, when I opened my own architectural practice. In 2011, I became board certified by the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards, also known as NCARB. NCARB is a nonprofit organization made up of the architectural licensing boards of 55 US states and territories. This organization helps develop and administer national programs for candidates pursuing architectural licensure and helps architects expand their professional reach through the granting of the NCARB certificate. This allows architects to become licensed in other jurisdictions throughout the United States by way of reciprocity. In addition to being licensed in the USVI, I'm also currently licensed in the state of Maryland and Pennsylvania, and formerly in the state of Georgia. Our local VI Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors is a Region 3 member of NCARB, which assists our local VI board in helping to facilitate the licensure and credentialing of architects in territory. In addition to membership in NCARB, I'm also a lead accredited professional, a member of the National Organization of Minority Architects, as well as the American Institute of Architects, where I am a board member and current treasurer of our local Virgin Islands chapter of the AIA. I believe that my collective experience over 30 years of working in the field of architecture in the VI has prepared me well to serve on the Board of Land Use Appeals. Among the duties of this board is to hear and decide matters related to the zoning laws of the Virgin Islands, interpret zoning district maps and boundaries, and appeals to interpretations of the zoning administrator. As a practicing architect, I have a good grasp of the zoning-related issues that property owners deal with respect to the regulations and limitations placed on the parcels by virtue of their zoning designation. In the planning and designing of projects, architects must research and apply the zoning laws of Title 20, Chapter 3, Virgin Islands Zoning and Subdivision Law on a daily basis and ensure compliance with these laws, as well as find acceptable ways to apply the zoning restrictions to substandard parcels or in cases where extraordinary conditions exist for a property. We must sometimes work through these issues with the zoning administrator and DPNR to find acceptable compromises so that unnecessary hardships are not placed upon property owners. These are the types of issues that I've dealt with as a practicing architect while being involved in a variety of project types in the Virgin Islands over the years. I believe this has given me the requisite experience to be a competent member of the VI Board of Land Use Appeals. Likewise, my time spent going through the architectural education, experience prerequisites, and having taken them past the architectural registration exam, as well as serving as a mentor to a current architect in training candidate for licensure, has given me a solid understanding of the process of becoming a licensed design professional and qualifies me to be an eligible member of the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors as well. Thank you once again for your consideration of my nomination to serve on these boards and for the opportunity to present some of my background and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boshelter. Mr. Weishart, you can proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chair, the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Vice Chair, and other honorable members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary of the 34th Legislature in attendance, employees of the 34th Legislature, and others in attendance today. Thank you for considering my nomination to the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors. Let me also extend my thanks to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. for the opportunity to serve the people of our beloved United States Virgin Islands. My name is Ryan C. Weishart, and I am a licensed professional land surveyor practicing in St. Thomas and the sole shareholder and president of Bryan Mosley and Associates, Incorporated. By way of brief background, I graduated from Purdue University in 1992 with a Bachelor of Science degree in land surveying and received my first land surveyor licensure in the state of Indiana in 1995. I worked for Wolpert Consultants, at the time a large engineering consultancy of some 700 employees, for 7 years. During this period, my work was nearly all large commercial projects throughout the Midwestern United States. In 1999, I accepted a position with Bryan Mosley and Associates and relocated to the Virgin Islands with my wife, Lisa, who was born on St. Thomas. I obtained my land surveyor's license in the U.S. Virgin Islands in 2002. I've been with Bryan Mosley and Associates for more than 2 decades, purchasing the company in 2012. My practice has been wide-ranging, including residential, commercial, local, and federal government projects. I've worked hard to develop and maintain good working relationships with other land surveying practitioners, as well as the real estate and legal communities, both in the public and private sectors. It is through my extensive experience that I am acutely aware of how professional services impact the public. My participation in a broad array of projects has informed my understanding of the needs of this community with respect to maintaining professional conduct and elevating expectations for professional services in architecture, engineering, and land surveying. My considerable experience and expertise will inform my contribution to the board's activities. Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and, if confirmed, the privilege to serve this community which I love and cherish. I am pleased to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weishart. Ms. Runyon, you may proceed with your testimony.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, senators, honorable senators and staff and the public who may be listening. I thank you all for the opportunity of meeting with you this morning. My name is Alyssa Runyon. I have lived on St. John since late 1970s. In fact, I've lived in the Virgin Islands longer than I've lived anywhere else. My husband and I built our home here and were one of the first residents in Estate Fish Bay. I am a real estate appraiser, a certified general appraiser, and while I am a member of the St. John and Territorial Boards of Realtors, I am not a real estate broker. Because I am a real estate appraiser, I'm familiar with all four islands, and have seen many changes over the years, some good, some not so good. If approved for the commission, I will do my best to be objective and try to see all sides of an issue. Some of the issues that are currently of concern to the people of the Virgin Islands, in my opinion, are beach access. A solution must be found that is fair to property owners and the public alike. Hotel reconstruction, specifically Canal Bay. It has been suggested that the current leaseholder has received insurance proceeds for repairs to the resort, but no repairs have been made to date. Something must be done about this. It has been mentioned over the years that the coastal zone should be extended to encompass the whole of each island. Because St. John and St. Thomas are so mountainous, it might be good to look more closely at extending the zone. St. Croix is somewhat less mountainous, so this might not be as great an issue. Although it is not a CCM issue, I believe that the construction of a new school for St. John must be a priority. Children have been in the trailers far too long. Again, I thank you for your consideration. I'm sure that you have lots of questions for me, and I will answer them to the best of my ability. Again, thank you for your time.
Ms. Runyon, thank you very much for your testimony. Colleagues, we'll go into a 4-minute round, and we'll be posing questions to all nominees in block 1. We'll proceed in the following order, starting with Senator Johnson, followed by Senator Gittins, followed by Senator Whitaker, Senator Joseph, Senator Francis, and then myself. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson.
Good morning.
Okay. Morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. And I salute you on your first hearing, and so far you're getting off at the right track. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to testifiers and viewing audience alike. I'll start my question with Mr. Bushelter. Good morning, Mr. Bushelter. How are you doing this morning?
Excellent. Good morning.
You look a little tight under the collar. Relax.
It's just the arms, the chairs of the arms of the chair.
Okay. I must say that I'm encouraged to see someone from high school days with the interests of architect and continue on to pursue. Sometimes we start out in one direction and end up far from the direction we start. But I'm impressed to see that from high school, you got an opportunity and you continue the course. And that's very good to see that you maintain your course. My question I'm going to pretty ask all three of you guys is, with the history of St. John and the complaint of the folks in St. John about their land and the boundary line, I'm quite sure you have heard of it and have a little knowledge of it. What's your take on that, and how do you see we go about assisting the people in the island of St. John with these issues that are plagued in the island of St. John for many years?
Okay, you're speaking about boundary disputes,
Say that again?
right? You're talking about boundary disputes
Yes, yes.
with property owners? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really comes down to being a legal issue and being able to research deeds and old maps and prove your case that you're in fact a property owner of where you say you are. So that involves a lot of research to go into all of the files at the cadastral and lieutenant governor to make your case. But I'm sure that people have some valid cases. I don't know of any of specific cases to comment on.
Okay, because it's been an issue for quite some time. Anytime that these issues come up with St. John, you always hear, family members talking about boundary lines being moved, and it's hard to listen to someone complain about their land that they lost. It's a very difficult task to know that your family had purchased, owned land, and you lose your land to the national park. So that's something that I hope that at some point we could get a handle of. Do you think your nomination can cause a conflict of interest based on your business and your family background?
This is Jeffrey Bisholta. Yes, because I'm a practicing architect, conflicts can arise if the clients that I am working for example, have a appeal before the Board of Land Use Appeals. In such a case, I would have to recuse myself. That's one of the reasons why it's important to fill the boards, because some of the professionals may have conflicts of interest, and when they have to recuse themselves, you need to have enough people on the board to be able to have a quorum. So, yes, I'm sure we might all have conflicts of interest, but we'd have to recognize that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up question, and you have a full plate. When I look at your resume and the jobs and the different things you hold, how would you spread yourself out thin, and what are the chances that you will be available, especially in times of need?
So I live here and I'm always here on call to if a meeting comes up, I'll be in attendance, or if I'm not on island, I can attend via teleconference. I don't see it as a real strain on my schedule.
I thank you very much, but I really appreciate seeing a young person pick up something and really go the full distance. I applaud you for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
A pleasant good morning, Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, testifiers, our listening and viewing audience, as well as our hard-working central staff members. Good morning. It's wonderful to be here this morning. Mr. Bashelte, I want to first commend you, as well as all of the testifiers, for taking this opportunity to serve in a capacity on one of our commissions and our boards. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bashelte, some questions surrounding an answer you gave in your questionnaire, and it's relative to item number 28, specifically, where you explained that you do have a brother who owns a company, and specifically, I just wanted to ask what your brother's company name was, because you didn't divulge that in your report.
Sure, no problem. My brother is Jerome Bashelte. His company is called Custom Builders.
Thank you.
It's a construction contractor.
And I really thank you that you have made mention that should you come into a position wherein you have a conflict of interest, because there may be conflict of interest with developers and your association with them, you would be able to recuse yourself. Tell me what are some, in looking at your nomination to the Board of Land Use Appeals, tell me who are, to your knowledge, are the current members of that board?
I know Mr. John Woods. He's the chairman.
Correct.
The other names escape me. I was informed of them, but I don't have them in front of me.
Okay, so that's something you should become familiar with, and I'm trusting that that's something that you're going to do a little bit of research to identify who, should you be successfully nominated, you will be working with. How do you see the Board of Land Use Appeals as far as being one of the key components in preserving our natural environment? Because you mentioned the property owner's rights, and I'm a firm believer in property owners' right. I'm a firm believer in people supposed to be able to live in peace in their properties when they purchase it. So kindly indicate to me what you see as that middle ground, that common ground, in order for us to have a balance between development as well as conservation.
Okay, so I am a strict believer that you should follow all of the rules that are outlined in the zoning code and the building code. But my comments were more geared towards if sometimes you have substandard lots, like you may have a lot that is a little less than a half acre in an R1 zone, and putting the strict restrictions of substandard lots onto that person might make their lot unusable, or it could be because of the terrain. You may have a cliff. So in terms of giving property owners relief in that sense, that's what I was referring to.
Okay, and what type of relief would you deem proper?
Time.
May I,
so
Mr.
for
Chair?
example,
Yes, you may.
Thank you kindly.
So for example, if a property doesn't have the width that's specified under a property for that particular zone, and their lot is really narrow, applying like the 15-foot setbacks in an R1 property may cause a hardship for that person because it may make their lot unusable. So there's provisions in the code to reduce setbacks, I think up to 75% of the setback. So things of that nature.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Bashelte. I really must applaud and commend you for your hard work over the years, academically and professionally. You've done, especially being a local person coming home and to make a positive impact in our community. Thank you for agreeing to go through the drilling of this whole process. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And colleagues, I just want to let you know that all three nominees are in block 1, so you may ask questions to all of them just as a point of information. Okay. I want to recognize the presence of our Senate President, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory. Welcome, Senator Fred Gregory. Non-committee member. We'll have a quick lightning round so you'll be able to ask other questions, Senator Joseph. You're welcome. Next on the agenda, we're going to ask Senator Whitaker. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to all the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the nominees, the testifiers. I just want to, for the benefit of the public, to indicate the areas of the law that we're covering today. One is on Title 29, Section 236, as it pertains to the Board of Land Use Appeals. The other area of the law is as it pertains to the architect, engineer, and land surveyors. That is Title 27 and Chapter 8, Section 282A. And as we go down, I will also the CZM Commission. That's under Title 12, Section 904. The UBI Board of Trustees is covered under Title 17, Section 553. And one thing I'll do, and finally, the General Contractors Board is covered under Title 27, Section 330, as we cover, of course, nominees in both blocks. Then I'll get more specific. So I want to first off start off with Mr. Basholta. Definitely, your background is, quite commendable, and certainly you're well qualified. As part of the process, you've submitted your questionnaire, and you indicated your short and long-term goals. Can you provide to the public what you wrote? And I know specifically you spoke to how we can really become a lot more transparent with the process of engagement with that board and the efforts that you make in respect to outreach. But your goal 1 and short and long-term goals will coincide with educating the public on that effort. Can you speak to that specifically?
Sure. So for the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors, sometimes members of the public, even workers in government, may not have a complete understanding of the duties that engineers and architects and land surveyors do, or they may not be aware of the types of services that they can offer to people in the VI. So that was something that I thought of that the board could produce in sort of like a pamphlet or online, where people could reference it when they're looking to hire a professional for a project that they may have, or when they're trying to get the proper permits in place. So when they're trying to get the proper permits in place, whether an architect is good for this job or an engineer would be good for this job, or whether in what cases you may need a land surveyor in that sense.
But being specifically, how are you going to do this outreach? Through a specific website, through the board establishing its own, information, social media?
So
how best are you going to get this information out? Because as you know, right now as we speak, that information is rather hidden and it's very difficult to find.
It could take several forms. It could be printed material that is down at licensing and consumer affairs that people can get. It could be on the licensing website as a PDF that people could look up.
And Mr.
The Board of Architects.
PDF. one thing we have to be sure is that as we respect personal disabilities, that the documents shared meet ADA guidelines. So as we speak now, that is a major concern all over government. Thank you for your responses.
Time.
I'm going to go on to Ms. Runyon for the Coastal Zone Management Commission. Ms. Runyon, can you speak specifically how we're going to work on really streamlining the CZM process for both when we look at businesses who are trying to do business with our within the territory?
Time was called, Senator Whitaker.
Residents, how are you going to work?
Time was called, Senator Whitaker, but you may wrap up.
Process, and specifically because we find that efforts are made, capital projects are put out, even those initiated by the legislature, of course.
Senator Whitaker.
Number of roadblocks. What strategy you have to address
Okay.
that?
Senator Whitaker, time was called, but you may wrap up.
Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Good morning, Senator. I got most of what you were asking, but there was some interference. Are you asking me how I would want to speed up the process? Is that what you were asking? I'm sorry.
Streamline and speed up. That's correct, because it's very long and oftentimes the Senate puts.
You're talking about a major permit.
And it's stopped by your commission.
Are you talking about a major permit or a minor or both?
Major permits.
Major. Yes, it's a long process, but in a way, I'm not sure that that's not such a terrible idea, quite frankly, because I think that so many projects don't get the inspection that they need, and they get rushed ahead.
Yeah.
And there has to be a balance in there. And I would like to look at it a little more closely, quite frankly.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to end by stating that with particular CZM, if we're going to really push to have economic development, we may have to legislate and provide the CZM Commission with timelines and levels of accountability as they go through the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Giddens, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Special good morning, testifiers. Can we hold it down just a little bit in the chambers, please, please? Nominees, I want to first want to thank you, each of you, for your willingness to serve in the capacity that you've been nominated for here today. We've heard your testimony, we've seen your resumes, etc. But I'm going to be a little general and a little pointed in some areas, and I want to know from each of you, how were you initially chosen for the board that you are here to serve on? Were you, did you express interest to someone, or were you approached to serve on the board that you've been nominated for? Starting with Mr. Bashalta.
Hi, good morning, Jeffrey Bashalta. I was approached first for the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors, and then later they called and asked if I could serve on the Board of Land Use Appeals. I believe I was recommended, and then they contacted me.
And your approach was from where?
There's a coordinator in the Office of Governor.
Okay.
And she emailed me, she called me and then emailed me the information to first see if I'd be interested, and then I agreed to serve.
Thank you. Mr. Runyon? I'm sorry, Mr. Weishart, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Senator. This is Ryan Weishart. I was approached by legal counsel for Governor Brian David Bourne.
Thank you. Ms. Runyon?
30 seconds.
Good morning, Senator. I had spoken to Rafe Boulon, who is a member of the committee, and I knew that there was a vacancy, and I suggested, I spoke to Rafe, and he said, yes, please, thought it was a good idea, so
So you were approached by someone on the board, is what you're saying?
Well, it was mutual. We were talking one day, and it came up because David Silverman had been asked to retire, and so there was a vacancy.
Thank you so much. So it's good to know that the Office of the Governor is actively seeking individuals, qualified individuals to serve on these boards. However, I just want to caution, like I do to every nominee that comes before this body, that what I'm looking for is individuals who can make decisions on their own, professional decisions on their own, and not have any political influences. So my last question to you is whether or not, or however, regardless of who you were approached by or whatever, can you and will you be able to make those professional decisions on your own and not have be pressured by any political influences?
Right.
And that's just by yes or no. Mr. Boshelte?
This is Ryan Weishart. My response is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weishart. Mr. Boshelte?
Yes, I believe I can make independent decisions on matters that come before either board.
Ms. Runyon?
Yes, I can. Certainly.
Thank you all for your responses. Mr. Chair, hopefully we'll have at least a wrap-up round of these nominees. Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest again and your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Giddens. Yes, we'll have a wrap-up round to follow. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Morning. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good morning to the nominees. And we only have 4 minutes, so I have to get straight to the point. I first want to congratulate all of the nominees for the governor's consideration of them. I've read your resumes, I've read your statements, and I believe that all of you are in fact prepared for the roles that you have that you have been nominated for here. But I have a few questions, and I'm going to start with Mr. Boshelte. So, Mr. Boshelte, of course, you are a Virgin Islander. And one of the concerns of the Virgin Islands has been managing the development of land in such a finite area. The impact of commercial developments against the use of residential development to create harmony, as well as diversity and growth in the VI. How do you see your role as an architect and a member of the board influencing the way the Virgin Islands controls the development of commercial, industrial, and residential projects in the Virgin Islands? And of course, you are nominated for 2 boards, and I believe that both of them fall in the same category. So you could answer the question for both.
Sure. Like I said before, for me personally, it's just an application of the law.
Application of the law. And I'm glad that you said that. Application of the law, yeah, because we've had a number of board members over the years, just most recently, who, because they have their own personal interests, they do not follow the letter of the law. So they try to rally others around them to get them to move away from the laws of the Virgin Islands as they serve on these boards. And I'm very happy to hear your response. But give me, what is your, what philosophy do you use or bring to any project that you're working on?
So in terms of developing a property for a client? Absolutely, yes. So if a client approaches me with a project, whether it's residential or commercial or what have you, the first thing that I do is I check the zoning of the property to make sure what they're trying to accomplish lines up with the zoning that they have. And if it doesn't, I try to explain that to them,
Okay.
saying that you can do X, Y, and Z with your parcel in terms of zoning. The use is permitted for whatever parcel they're using. If they want to do something that's not in line with that, then usually I just, me personally, I don't go further with that project. I believe that when somebody acquires a property, they should know what the rights are for that property.
Absolutely.
The Board of Land Use Appeals does not have the authority to grant use variances for the uses of properties or the heights of structures. So the board is limited in its powers in that sense. So if someone has a property and they want to accomplish a development and the zoning does not permit that, they would have to seek a zoning change or a use variance, which would be under the legislature's.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to cut you off, but you've clearly proven that your philosophy is in line with what I was thinking, and I'm very happy to hear that you are definitely prepared to serve in these two positions. So let me go to Mr. Weishart. Mr. Weishart, good morning. We have a lot of inclement weather here in this region, of course, and we also know that we are in the path of hurricanes. So in your opinion, what are our biggest challenges in the Virgin Islands in terms of your profession in becoming resilient in how we do our planning and building?
Well, as a land surveyor, most of what I am concerned with are existing conditions and observing those areas that will require mitigation. The application of the land surveying is usually a role of informing the client, informing whether the client be the local government or a private owner, but to inform them of the existing conditions and interact with architects and engineers to facilitate mitigation, especially in seaside situations.
And do you believe that we need to modernize our laws to meet any of those objectives that you noted?
Time.
Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm certain that while I'm not adept at many environmental issues, that we need to be supple in our approach to responding to the environmental changes that we face in the future. And I'm sure that will require some legislative action in different areas.
All right, well, thank you. And I think it's something that you need to look into. The legislature is always open to making the necessary changes based on the recommendations of the professionals. Mr. Chair, I would really like to ask Ms. Runyon 2 questions. May I proceed?
Yes, you may. Proceed.
Thank you. So, Ms. Runyon, do you believe that CZM members' decisions should be based on factual research and their decisions, and whether or not their decisions should be binding?
Yes, they should be based on factual decisions. Absolutely. Should they be binding? I would say yes, quite frankly. Yes, I believe they should.
So tell me why.
Well, because they have supposedly reviewed all of the documentation, listened to all of the testimony, and have come up with what they believe to be the right decision. And then if somebody or a legislative body goes over their heads, unless there's a really, really good reason, then what's the point of having a board, quite frankly?
Okay, so you are of the opinion of some of my colleagues that CZM matters should not come before the legislature. And I'm going to wrap up with one more question because I know that you lived on St. John. I did ask the chair for the leeway for 2 questions. So you are a part of the fiber of St. John for, I think you've noted, well over 40 years. What do you see as the major challenges for local St. Johnians right now, based on the development that you've seen over the years?
Okay, one of the biggest issues is something that is not a coastal zone issue. It's the family land issue that came up a little bit at the beginning of this hearing. It is just not fair. The local families who have owned land for generations and cannot do very much with it because there are so many heirs and probates and will take years to go through the court, are taxed at the same rate as someone who owns a piece of land free and clear. And I have tried to deal with this for years, and I feel very strongly about it. Something needs to be done.
Thank you. I do agree that something needs to be done, and I believe that that's some of the work that we need to do here in the 34th legislature, along with our delegate and the governor. Mr. Chair, thank you for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. I want to ask all of the nominees this question, beginning with Ms. Runyon. What is your environmental philosophy? Your philosophy on the environment.
Is the microphone on? Can you hear me? The greener the better in moderation. You can't just say, oh, we can't develop. But when you drive around and you see some of the properties that are being developed, you say this should not be happening. And specifically, some of the very large mansions that are being built on St. John and St. Thomas, they are not good for the environment. And I realize you can't stop people building, but there should be some sort of restraint.
Okay.
That's my philosophy.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Runyon.
Restraint.
Thank you for that. Mr. Weishart?
Good morning, Senator. As a practical matter, I really would like to see the more encouragement of reuse and recycling, but also being innovative with wastewater treatment on the household, on a residential basis, being really open to new ideas for environmental preservation and being teachable and being educating our public through that process.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Boshelton?
Yes. In terms of environmental protection, I think it comes down to being a responsible property owner. If you're developing a piece of property, putting all of the safeguards in place to protect our shores from runoff, for example. Don't cut the trees down that don't need to be cut down. It irks me to my core when I see a piece of property, someone buys it, and they just level every tree on the site without knowing what they're going to do first. So do planning before you start down that path. And then also, Mr. Weishart mentioned recycling. There's a lot of buildings around the place that can be recycled rather than building on virgin land. There's a lot of downtown properties not being used that can be put to another use if the original use is not working out. Convert buildings to residential, which is always needed. So that's another way that we can help protect the environment is reusing, rehabbing a lot of our properties that are already existing.
Thank you very much. I very often boards and commissions are, clearly looking at your resume, you are all qualified. You have, exemplary credentials. You have vast experience in your respective fields. Very often, boards and commissions are really run by one or two people, even though you have a 7-member or 9-member board. My question to each of you is, do you, in addition to having the credentials, do you think you have the ability to convey your, your thoughts, your positions, your ideas on a board that may be run by a dominant personality?
30 seconds.
Well, let me just jump right in there and say absolutely. While I personally can be fairly reserved, in the professional setting, I won't hesitate to diplomatically and respectfully express my professional opinion.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jeffrey Bisholta. Likewise, yes, I would not hold back my opinion if I feel strongly about something. And the way that I feel about an issue, that's the way I would vote on the issue. And it really comes down to that, to the voting of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Bisholta. Ms. Runyon?
Yes, I have never been known to hold back an opinion. Sometimes to my detriment.
Time.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We're doing good on time. So I'm going to be generous and offer a second round, maybe 3 to 4 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome,
I
sir.
appreciate it. My question will go to Ms. Runyon. In your testimony, you spoke about the beaches, and everyone in this territory knows we have a great problem with beach access. What do you think would be the solution, or what solution do you have in mind that would help us to, alleviate this problem and have a better pathway for people utilizing the beach without some of the friction that we've been going through in the past and as late as last year on the island of St. Croix?
Yes, Senator, good morning. Well, initially, there needs to be, if it's what I would call a public beach, a large beach, then there has to be beach access with ramps and pathways for ADA. On residential parcels that have not been developed, then I would think that it would be relatively easy to have an easement by law that goes with the land before it's developed. With a developed property, it becomes a little more difficult because, and I'm talking about residential parcels, not commercial properties and hotels, because that's relatively simple. With residential parcels, it does become, that have been developed, it becomes a little more difficult because if you build your home on the property, you do need to have some privacy. So maybe some nice looking fencing along an easement would work. I think though that each property is going to have to be looked at individually. I don't think you can just have a blanket, this is what we are going to do. I just don't think that would work very well.
And why do you think the hotels will be an easy access? Some hotels only try to make accommodation for their guests. So why do you think that would be a little easier to take care of?
Because it would be the law. It's that simple. When Keneal was open, they put in this $10 parking fee just to go to the beach, which many of us thought was rather absurd and wrong. I don't think you can do that. And they also did not want people on the beach, and that just has to stop. That can't be. You cannot stop people being on a beach. I'm sorry, you just cannot. And hotels would have to be policed. And if they don't want to do it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weishart, I would like to ask you to expunge and explain a little bit more of your understanding of conflict of interest.
30 seconds.
Well, any instance within which, and I had a nice pat response in my questionnaire, but quite simply, a conflict of interest within which I might have a client who was trying to influence my decision making, or perhaps instances in which I might foresee an application for a licensure which would somehow be non-competitive or a conflict. And in those instances, any decision making I would recuse myself from.
Time.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we're going to ask Honorable Senator Carla Joseph. You have your next 3 to 4 minutes. You don't have to take 4 minutes unless you need it. Followed by Senator Genevieve Whitaker.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Do know that I deeply appreciate your generosity.
You're welcome.
I would like to ask both, because I've questioned Mr. Bushelti, but Mr. Weishart, I wanted to ask you some questions relative to things you would like to see done, your action items, because you're going to be working, should you be confirmed, you're going to be working with Mr. Bushelti and the other members of the Board of the Board of Architects and Engineers and Land Surveyors. Tell me some action items you anticipate putting in place to make the board review and your other administrative process easier or less cumbersome and more transparent.
Thank you, Senator. This is Ryan Weishart. I think that one of the first things, aside from reviewing the existing statutory codes, would be to have educate myself to the recent history of the board's activities, as well as discovering more what boards in other jurisdictions do to promote the profession. And I would also like to find ways which the board can promote the professions of architecture, land surveying, and engineering in our community.
Would you also include opportunities for mentoring and career shadowing in that aspect? I do know that Mr. Bushelti indicated in his testimony or in some of the document that he does that. Have you been doing that as well?
My firm is pretty small, and I've had some opportunities to do that, and I look for opportunities. I've interacted somewhat with my brother's workshop in the past. I'm not doing any mentoring or shadowing presently.
Would you be
but there
open?
are
I'm sorry, Mr. Weishart. Would you be open to doing that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Runyon, I really want to applaud you, of course, in taking on the role, becoming a member of the CZM commission. So I wanted to ask you specifically because I was an advocate for environmental justice years ago, and one of the biggest issues that we always had with the CZM commission was being able to get documents to us timely, one, and the level of objectivity from the commission members, and to be inclusive of the community and reaching out to community members and residents regarding impacts that these developments will have in their community. How do you see that you can address some of that and bridge that gap?
30 seconds.
Should you be nominated?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important. And I think that in the past, not enough has been done. Through no fault of anybody in particular, but I believe that there have been members of the commission who have been, shall we say, a little obstructive. But I believe that the current members are much more open to listening to the community and holding hearings.
So how would you assist? I'm sorry, Ms. Runyon. How would you assist in promoting more inclusion and outreach for developments that are being proposed and going through the CZM process for residents who are going to be impacted by these developments? Because that's what happened. One time I recall, I think it was Hans Lollick was being touted, and we had a really hard time in getting the residents in that area to come out. And they didn't know about it. So it's really about the outreach and being able to inform the public. How would you do that? How do you propose?
Well, one of the things is obviously there has to be more radio, television, newspaper information put out about meetings. For instance, the recent meeting on the Whopper burial line apparently was on Facebook, but I don't go to Facebook, so I was not aware of that. That's a really important issue that should have had all of Cruz Bay at a meeting.
Right.
Quite frankly.
Time.
Okay. May I, Mr. Chairman? Thank you kindly. I really applaud you regarding one of the items you mentioned in number 3 of your testimony. You bulleted that the coastal zone area should be extended to encompass the whole islands, especially on the smaller and more mountainous islands. How do you see your role as being able to do that? To be judicious in looking and reviewing and voting whether in favor of or against developments that may pose an adverse effect to our islands, because we are mountainous and we have a lot of issues regarding sediment control.
Well, quite frankly, everything rolls downhill, and this is not a good idea, which is why I believe that we have to look in terms of things like septic tanks, which may or may not be maintained, erosion control, silt fences.
What type of, you mentioned something that is dear to my heart. What type of silt fences? Because there's a specific type that produces the best result.
Well, most of the time when you're driving around the island and you look at fences, they're not installed properly. That would be a start. And for when the inspector goes out on the original review, I think that is a crucial issue. Exactly which fencing is better than others, I'm really not familiar to answer that. But silt fences should be installed properly, and there needs to be some review of that. I mean, you can't just go around digging up, as Mr. Basholta said, oh, let's just cut down the trees, and then we'll decide what we're doing. No, you have to decide what you're doing first. And that comes with a really good topo, Mr. Weishart. Thank you. And because otherwise, the ground just is destroyed.
Well, my time, Ms. Runyon, thank you so much, and my time has run out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your grace and also providing some leeway for me to ask the question and get the response. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to go to each nominee. Mr. Basholta, are you aware of the Sunshine Law, the meeting requirements to post notices to the public? And do you agree to adhere to that as a board member?
Absolutely, yeah.
Notice thank you. Mr. Weishart, do you agree to the same? That you will ensure that your board follows the law and publishes notices of meetings?
Yes.
In a timely fashion, using all media to include social media, website, and the like?
Yes.
And Ms. Runyon, I heard as you responded to my colleague line of questioning, you believed you knew about a CZM commission here, and that's really the concern. Will you ensure that not just the print as you described, but the website and everything will be published in a proper notice and at the 5-time period before every meeting, and widely as possible?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'd encourage all three of you to review the Sunshine Law as you get it, as if you are successful, that you engage the respective division heads and commissioners, ensure that that's followed, because it's actually a real issue, and to ensure that it's ADA compliant. Mr. Weishart, and specifically, of course, it pertains to the architect board. Are you aware that every year the board is supposed to submit to the governor an annual plan of all the works of the board?
I am aware of that, and I support that.
Thank you. That's great. And to Mr. Basholta, going back to our original questioning, particularly as it pertains, and actually for each one of you, actually, start with you, Mr. Basholta, what efforts have you made to date to engage the public entities responsible for workforce development, if any? Are we talking about the Board of Education, the Current Education Board, the Workforce Development Board?
I personally have not engaged with them.
Mr. Weishart, have you had any engagement with those three boards I just referenced, the Board of Education, the Current Education Board, or the Workforce Development Board, or any of the members who serve on the Workforce Development Board?
No, I have not.
But you did mention my brother's workshop, so I think that's a good first step.
Okay. Okay.
And finally, Ms. Runyon, how have you in the past, through your career, engaged with educating youth, or just engagement with education at all? Have you been engaged in any education efforts or seminars, specifically as it pertains to coastal zone management?
Yes.
Environmental.
When I had environmental specifically, no, but when I had my office in St. Thomas, every year the Charlotte Amalie High School would have a work program where young people would go out to an office or a business of some sort. And I did have several young people working with over the years.
I would really encourage that effort be a lot more concrete. Are you aware that the Department of Education has a culture education division?
30 seconds.
No. No, I am not.
So
Be interesting to find out.
Yes, that's excellent. So I think
Well, I'm sorry, what was it
the Division
again?
of
I'm sorry.
Cultural Education. Ms. Shalana Brown is the current director. And the reason why I mention that is as the board engages in education efforts, it's going to be really important that you bring these stakeholders in as you work on your plans and rules. Ms. Runyon, are you aware of the current rules and regulations that the commission has put together?
Time.
And if you are, has it been?
I am not fully aware. I have been reviewing them,
Chairman,
but I would make it my business to be fully.
You may continue. Wrap up. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah, no, I'm wrapping up. Just wanted to clarify. So yes, I was saying the rules and regulations have you been able to get a copy of them, particularly for the commission?
Not completely. I have been reviewing some of them. I have not fully reviewed it at this point, but obviously would do
Are
so.
they accessible to the public? Are they currently accessible to the public in terms of outside of it being in a folder or in a inside, is it accessible to the public? Could I find it online right now?
I had a hard time, truthfully. It may very well be there, but I had a very hard time trying to find it. I did go to the CCM site at DPNR, but perhaps I wasn't looking hard enough. But I shouldn't have to look that hard.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to, reason why I'm asking these questions is all of these boards have to get really much more transparent. The public shouldn't have to hunt and find this information. Published rules, each board has rules, has plans, and even as people are nominated, them being able to access that information so that they can, align their goals and everything, and makes also the process a lot more smoother. So I would really encourage that our respective entities, really, DLCA, DPNR, that we, and of course, again, more education involved in a much more structured approach to workforce development in these particular areas. Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you.
Very valid point, Senator Whitaker. Thank you very much. Senator Giddens, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other good senator from Frederick said, spoke to the beach access. And that's why I continue to say that it should be the government's responsibility to ensure that access between parcels of land so that there wouldn't be any discrepancies thereafter or liability to property owners. But, as he mentioned that, I thought of, while we're talking about beach access, one of the most beautiful beaches on St. Croix, we can't even get access to because there's a big fence up there because that property is controlled by the federal government, which is Sandy Point. And as a child, I used to be able to rove down in that area, walk, hike, do everything, and now we can't get there. So while we're talking about beach access, we really need to look into some matters. But now let's flip to the other side. Our good president made mention that some of our colleagues would agree with a statement that I believe it was Ms. Runyon made with regards to who should be handling zoning responsibilities, etc. I do happen to have the legislation calling for the removal of the zoning responsibility from the legislature. However, of course, I'm not hasty in moving the legislation because I want to have the right conversations with the stakeholders, etc. So I am just putting each of you on notice that's with us today, because I don't believe that you will have a problem being voted upon favorably to the boards in which you were selected for, and that's just me saying that I don't control the other votes. But I'm saying once you're successful, I do intend to have communication with you guys on this matter. On the flip side of that as well, I also have legislation that pertains to the same Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, which affects y'all's board or commission, whereas I'm seeking to establish an office of a city planning commission and hiring a city planner for the Virgin Islands. Again, we have a bill on the agenda today that speaks to a gas station moratorium. Having a city planner, I certainly believe, will address all these problems that we're having. Gas stations being built within feet of each other, nightclubs and bars being built right next door to senior assisted living homes and whatnot. We know we live on an island, but come on, we could do better. And if we know we could do better, then we need to do better. And the commission or the city planner will, of course, conduct and prepare proper planning strategies to guide the development and improvement of the territories, downtown areas and neighborhoods. They'll be able to review all legislation and proposals and other matters concerning the use or the development of land here in the territory. It's about time we stop talking and put these things into play and make sure that we can establish a proper city planning office. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I'll be voting on the nominees before us. I want to thank you for the time and thank you, nominees, again for your willingness to serve your community in the capacity in which you have been nominated for today. Thank you. Best wishes.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Mr. Boshelta, I note that you specifically spoke about your opportunities when you came home from college and you were mentored, etc. How are you paying it forward? Are you providing any mentorship to our youth in the territory around your profession?
I have a current employee that came to me. I have one employee in my company right now. They came to me from another firm that closed down, and I'm working with them to get them on their path to attaining their license.
Are you having any discussions with high schoolers?
Not ongoing. Sometimes people approach me, and then I kind of mentor them and try to get them on the path that they need to take, because a lot of times they're not familiar with. They may know they may want to become an architect or an engineer, and they're not familiar with the educational requirements, and they may spend time going through a program only to realize that their program is not accredited, and then they need more educational experience to satisfy the education part of getting a license.
Well, you know that you know that the Department of Labor has an apprenticeship program, and they're in fact looking for partners. So I would strongly suggest that if you are interested in working with young people, this is a good opportunity for you to pay it forward. It's important for all of us to pay it forward. Okay.
And I would say, when I was in high school, the experience I mentioned, it was through the Department of Labor program.
We're losing you. Mr. Chair, hold my time, please.
I was saying, can you hear me?
Better, yes.
I was saying in my high school experience, I did take part in a Department of Labor program at the time, and that's how I was able to get that experience in high school.
Great, so that's important.
There's other people have come to me, and I've guided them onto college, written recommendations for them for school. So yes, I do mentor people, but usually it's they approach me.
Okay, so you need to move in a direction where you are now approaching them. You figure out a system to pay it forward. Okay, you are a young Virgin Islander with a lot of promise, and it's important that we pay it forward. So let me just ask one last question, and that question is for Miss Runyon. Um, on page 9 of your questionnaire, you made reference to under the long-term goals. You listed one of your long-term goals of being aware of development problems before they become overwhelming. Can you please expand and share any solutions you may have around the comment that you made in your long-term goals list?
Well, in part, I believe that it would be to work with architects, engineers, and land surveyors, Mr. Bisholta and Mr. Weissart, and their...
Yeah, they're going for the same board.
And then to look at a project with them that was coming down the pipeline, and not just those two, but architects, engineers, surveyors, to see if something is just too big for the area, and work with the potential developer to say, what would happen if we scaled back a little bit, 50% or 60%, or and something like that. I think that's how you would work it. I don't think it would just be the CZM committee saying, oh no, you can't do that, it's too big. It has to be before you even get to that point, before permits are even looked at. In fact, educating the architects, the engineers, and everybody else about what is acceptable, what's feasible.
No, thank you for your responses. I believe that it's important that everybody that's making those types of decisions are in fact making informed decisions, and you know, we may not always agree with the final decisions while we are part of a board, but it is so important to understand that you made your vote, and whatever the decision is, it's final as it relates to the board, and you move on to the next level, and you don't insert your personal opinions in the final decisions that are made. Thank you for, and let me just say to all of the nominees that I wish you luck. I am partially satisfied with your responses, and I'm not a member of this committee, but at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Gregory. Point of inquiry, Senator Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I neglected to ask Ms. Runyon a question and wanted to ask through the chair, if you don't mind.
You may proceed.
Since Ms. Runyon is nominated for the VA Coastal Zone Management Commission, I wanted to ask Ms. Runyon her opinion of offshore development to include our keys and floating businesses in the territory. I just wanted to know what's her opinion on that, in short, please.
In short, I'm not too thrilled about the idea, quite frankly. I think it could be very dangerous if you have a bar offshore and people are not as careful. There could be some very serious consequences. So, in general, I'm not particularly in favor of the idea.
Thank you. Thank you for your opinion on that. Then I'm happy our esteemed Madam President is here with us, and I'm just speaking to that. At some point, I'm hopeful that we can bring our testifiers in, not in groups, but because it's so difficult to hear some of the responses with the new technology. Thank you for your response, Ms. Runyon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I have a question for all of the testifiers, and I know you may have provided it in your written testimony to us, but I wanted to ask you to share with us and share with the listening public your top 2 priority goals for your boards once you are confirmed. Starting with Mr. Bishelte.
For the Board of Architects, Engineers, Land Surveyors, I think a top goal is to educate young people who might be looking to go into those respective professions and helping them get on the path so that they go through the right steps in the shortest amount of time possible, because it could be a lengthy process to become a licensed engineer, licensed architect. So again, doing sort of an outreach so they are aware of all of the requirements that you need.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishelte. Mr. Weishart.
Thank you, Senator. It's Ryan Weishart. Well, really, probably an overwhelming objective is simply to function as a board and the duties thereof. But I echo Mr. Bishelte's emphasis on education and outreach in the community.
Can everyone please mute your mic? Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Weishart.
Just the emphasis on education and outreach in the community for the professions and encouraging paths towards professions of architecture, engineering, and surveying.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Runyon?
Yes, Senator. Public information and public input on projects. And beach access is very, very important to the community. Those are my 2 main issues.
Thank you, Ms. Runyon. My final question to all the nominees. I know you all have stellar credentials, stellar resumes. I wanted to ask you, what would you consider to be the key to your academic and professional success? In a couple of minutes. In a minute.
This is Jeffrey Bishelte. Jeffrey Bishelte, quickly. The key to my success has been the mentors and people that I've come across from the beginning, guiding me in the right direction. Early on, I'll just tell you, Alton Adams, he was a firm I worked at in high school for 4 summers. And he was a person I looked up to. He was also a member of the Board of Architects, Engineers, Land Surveyors, as well as my father. My father was a mentor to me. He's a retired engineer. He was also a member of the board. Mr. John Woods, I worked at his firm for a while. He's the current chairman. So a lot of the people who were on some of these boards have moved on or passed away. And so I just feel someone did it for me to be able to come into the profession. Now I'm sort of mid-career. It's my turn to pay it forward and serve on the boards as well. Someone has to do it. Like you said, change will not come if we wait for another person or time. So that's it in a nutshell. Also, my father was on the original Board of Land Use Appeals when it was first started. I think he was nominated by Melvin Evans. So that was the early 70s. I believe it was called something else at the time. So a lot of the people who have served on the boards in the past have been my mentors, and that has been part of my success.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bishelte. Mr. Weishart?
Yes.
I would have to say that There have been a number of key individuals who've been influencers. There's certainly, not to speak diminishingly, but my personal faith, but tenacity. I took a long time to get through college and just stuck with it, and was very fortunate to have a number of key individuals along the way.
Oh,
Colleagues, please mute your mic.
oh, I've got. Sorry.
Our testifiers, please mute your mic. It's distracting. Sorry, Mr. Weishart, you may proceed.
As I was saying, there was a number of key individuals along the way who helped me, and my personal faith, as well as tenacity, and I very much want to, as it said, pay it forward, and I love the community in which we live. It's my home, and I'm devoted to really everything upward and onward for where we live.
Thank you, Mr. Weishart. Ms. Runyon?
I believe that people have been successful is because of fairness.
I'm sorry, Ms. Runyon. Someone needs to mute their mic. It's really causing a distraction. Please mute your mic. You may not be conscious of it. Thank you, Ms. Runyon. You may proceed.
I thank you, Senator. I think that the main reason for my success is fairness. I was taught early on in the career that my loyalty is not to the client or the customer, it is to the property. And I don't care who you are, the value of the property is what is important. And that's basically where I am. You can be the government, you can be a private client, it doesn't matter. It's the property value that matters.
Thank you very much.
And that's what I've always been taught.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Runyon. We are wrapping up right now. Testifiers, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to ask you, each of you, to provide us with 30 seconds to just wrap up. Starting with you, Mr.
Jeffrey
Buscelta.
Hi. Thank you for considering our nominations today, giving us the time to present a little bit about ourselves. I'm glad I was the first one in the first meeting. Lead off better. I hope that you've been able to learn a little bit about all of us, and just know that we wouldn't be sitting here if we're not willing to take on the issues and the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buscelta. Mr. Weishart.
Senators and the committee, thank you for this opportunity. It's a privilege to serve. I welcome it and embrace the responsibilities and look forward to an active participation in the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weishart. Ms. Runyon?
Yes, again, thank you all. I appreciate your time. I think that my main goal, if approved, would be to learn as much as I can, study all of the rules and regs, and be very, very familiar with all of the issues that are involved in this position, mainly educating myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Runyon. Colleagues, testifiers, we will take a 2-minute recess.
up your hand. Hold up your hand, you cannot right there. Yeah, they got to see.
You see? Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. At this time, do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Johnson. You are recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte to serve on the board of to serve on the VI Board of Land Use Appeal to be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forward to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Okay, properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Gittins. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte to serve on the Board of Land Use Appeals.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Collard J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yes. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., excused. Senator Payne, excused. Okay, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, we have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte to serve on the Board of Land Use Appeals has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably moved to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Mr. Boshelte. Do I hear a motion? Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the nominee of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte, nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte to the VI Board of Architect, Engineer, and Land Surveyors be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Joseph. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte to serve on the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yeah.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Collard J. Joseph.
Yeah.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. absent. Senator Payne absent.
Okay.
Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yes. Yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chairman, we have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Jeffrey Boshelte to serve on the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably moved to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Mr. Boshelte. Do I hear a motion? Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that the nomination of Mr. Ryan Weishart to serve on the Virgin Islands Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Ryan Weishart to serve on the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens?
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Collar J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chairman, we have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Ryan Weishart to serve on the Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably moved to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Mr. Weishart. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I hereby move that the nomination of Miss Elisa Runyon to serve on the VI Coastal Zone Management Commission be voted upon favorably in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph and seconded by Senator Johnson. Roll call on the nomination of Ms. Elisa Runyon to serve on a Coastal Zone Management Commission.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens?
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Franklin G. Roosevelt? Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Collar J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker? She has a
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Ms. Elisa Runyon to serve on the Virgin Islands Coast, Elisa Runyon to serve on the VI Coastal Zone Management Commission has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably moved to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Ms. Runyon. And congratulations again to all nominees. We appreciate your willingness to serve. Colleagues, at this time, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary will take a recess for lunch. It is now 11:35. We will return at 12:30 promptly. Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting of February 25th, 2021 is back on record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2?
Good afternoon. The committee will consider Bill number 34-0010, an act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for the construction and operation of gasoline stations, sponsored by Senators Janelle K. Sorrell and Kenneth L. Gittens, as well as consider the nominations for the VI Taxi Commission, Mr. Franklin Brathwaite Sr., the renomination of the UVI Board of Trustees, Henry Smock, and the VI Board of General Contractors, Julio King. That concludes Block 2 agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0010? Senator Sorrell, you may proceed with your introduction.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the chambers. I am here to introduce Bill number 34-0010, a bill to direct the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for the construction and operation of gasoline stations. The primary sponsors of this legislation are myself and Senator Gittens. We've been discussing the issue of gas stations for quite some time, and in the 33rd legislature, what we did was we voted to impose a moratorium on the issuance of licenses from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. What we did not do was we didn't issue a moratorium on permits, all permits, through DPNR. So what this bill does is closes a loophole for to strengthen the bill. It's a companion bill to an act that already exists. Right now we have 32 gas stations on St. Thomas. That's 1 gas station per mile. We have 30 gas stations on St. Croix and 3 on St. John. And I keep saying that our crime rate has a direct correlation to our landscape. Lack of green space, we have aquifers, we're contaminating watersheds. I mean, if we are to look at sustainable long-term development, in the absence of a comprehensive land and water use plan, it's incumbent on this body to act and to act now. So I'm asking for your support in the Committee of Rules. And at this time, Mr. Chair, I will yield the remainder of my time to primary sponsor, Senator Gittens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Sorrell. Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Sorrell. I really must express publicly my gratitude to Senator Sorrell as she pushed on this issue. As she stated eloquently, we've been working on addressing the gas station moratorium for a number of years. And the good senator, of course, pushed and said, enough talking and let's get this done, and we're here today. The last count, as she stated, was upwards of 30 gas stations in each district. St. Thomas is only, about 32 square miles. My original legislation had called for a 10-year moratorium, but in working along with the good senator, we spoke with the other stakeholders and came up with the 5-year moratorium. It was that serious that I wanted to really push for 10 years. However, we've worked it out. And we have to look that and see that gas stations can be highly disruptive, especially in residential areas, and are typically a source for pollution in the territory. Every drip of oil or gas on the concrete pollutes. Not to mention the risk of major groundwater and soil contamination in the event that any of the buried tanks were to get a leak. And we know that we've had that in the past, because eventually they will. We still have an active EPA Superfund site here in the St. Thomas district out in the Tutu area. There are multiple sources for the destruction here on St. Thomas. Major groundwater supply at Tutu wells to include what? The gas stations. It is up to us in this body to further protect the quality of life for all Virgin Islanders, our natural resources, and I ask this committee's support in moving this measure forward so that we can address this once and for all. Again, thank you to Senator Sarro for diligently working on this matter as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Point of information, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to text my good colleague before he concluded, but I wanted to also stress the importance that we have 6 pending applications in DPRNR now for gas stations, 4 for this district and 2 for St. Croix. So the bill is a matter of public exigency, because if we don't act on the legislation by the March 4th session, DPRNR has to act and deliver a response to those permits. And as the law stands, there's nothing stopping DPRNR from granting an okay on the 6 pending permits. So this bill is a matter of public exigency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Colleagues, I think this bill was heard, I know this bill was heard on Tuesday, February 23rd, in the Committee of Disaster, Recovery and Infrastructure. I believe the general consensus was that, this initiative was needed. I think it's a no-brainer. I was pretty stunned, actually, with the number of 30-plus gas stations being in the St. Thomas, St. John district. I actually started doing the counting because I couldn't believe that that could be true, but it is, in fact, true. The moratorium, I believe, allows DPRNR some time to do a feasibility study before allowing numerical limitations on licenses for the next 5 years. So I think that it is pretty much a no-brainer. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I don't think we need a whole lot of debate, but we will allow you 2 minutes. Beginning with Senator Franklin Johnson. Franklin D. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. You missed out earlier, Senator Sarro. I do stand in support of Bill 34-00010. As I said on that day when we discussed it, it's a no-brainer. There's no need for us to prolong killing up any time on this issue. And when the time comes, I'll be voting forward in support of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Johnson, return time? Wow. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Well stated. Senator Carla Joseph, you're next up.
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, my colleagues, listening audience, staff, Senator Sarro. I was in the committee meeting on Tuesday. We heard from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, and based on his testimony, they were working very closely with the sponsor of the bill. And I too am in support of this amendment, this bill actually. And I just wanted to be sure that we do approve it, because I did have a conversation off the record with an employee of DPNR, and they did mention that this is something that needs to be acted upon, and they have a bit of a concern between the lapse of time it being enacted and those permits that are under review to conduct a new gasoline stations in the St. Thomas district. So I rise in support of this bill as amended, because it was amended in committee, and I definitely would be voting in favor of it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon to all the listening and viewing audience. I want to again thank the bill sponsor and the sponsors for this measure. Again, a demonstration of just our role as senators to, when we see a challenge, that we address it immediately. So I do, at the appropriate time, will rise in support of bill number 34-0010. And I just would add, just in terms of our oversight, which I would suggest that we still, though, maybe contemplate with the stakeholders a town hall meeting, because even for the ones who currently have operating gas stations, we still have to do some kind of assessment, because if it is damaged, some are in critical areas, see what we can do to mitigate any effects. And then finally, I just want to make a note that there have been, at least in the St. Croix district, at least one of the latest gas stations. I'm not aware of all the specifics or environmental efforts, but certainly it's good to see, especially when our own residents are able to get together and establish their own gas stations and in support of entrepreneurship and economic development. However, we have to weigh it against all the concerns, certainly for our environment. And so my hope is that we also, following the bill, and it's passed, that we do also engage the public, so especially those who will be most affected by the bill, both from the side of the operators and the side of the public, who I know still have concerns about the current gas stations. Thank you so much, Chairman. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we know that this is a problem. We have too many gas stations in each district, and all I humbly ask is for the support of my colleagues to put a stop to this. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for those who come with the argument that we can't impede growth of capitalism, our government has the right, in the absence of regulation, to regulate. So we have the duty to regulate in the case where we feel that a public harm does exist. Section 9 of the Revised Organic Act calls for us to maintain good order. So we really have to, when we have a high school surrounded by 4 to 5 gas stations in a 1.5 mile radius, that is cause for concern. When you had Cancrine School and you had gas coming in at the landfill, then you had Gottlieb on one side, one stop to the other side, then where's the escape plan? And as we continue, we're looking for green space, we're talking about youth development, and we can't have that if every open area of our territory is going to be zoned for a gas station. Smith Bay, you have the new customs building, and the customs building, next to the customs building is a potential gas station because they already began the excavation. And then you have the church, and then you have the beach across the street. It's just not wise and unhealthy for the future of this territory. So I don't have a vote in this committee today, but I'm asking for your support on I'm asking for your support on this very significant piece of legislation. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Saru. Senator Whitaker, is there anyone else in this chambers in St. Croix? We can't hear you. Media, can you recognize the mic of Senator Whitaker, please?
Testing.
We hear you now, Senator.
This time, no, just me alone. I know I do it.
Okay.
Just myself.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Colleagues, will take a 1-minute recess. Colleagues, we're back on record. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, motion.
You recognize for your motion, Mr. Gittins? Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and colleagues again, to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0010, an act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for the construction and operation of gasolines be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on bill number 34-0010. An act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for the construction and operation of gasoline stations in the Virgin Islands. Again, let me restate. Roll call on bill number 34-0010, an act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for the construction and operation of gasoline stations. Roll call.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.,
Not voting.
Senator Francis Jr., not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Collard J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chairman, we have 5 yeas, 1 absent, and 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, and Act number 34-0010, an act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to impose a 5-year moratorium throughout the Virgin Islands on the issuance of all permits for for the construction and operation of gasoline stations was voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations to the sponsors. Okay, at this time, nominees. Nominee Franklin Brathwaite, can we get a check of a systems check of your mic and your camera, please?
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege. Senator Francis, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to have this point of personal privilege to indicate that I do support the measure that's before us. And coming from a law enforcement experience, I usually run into danger because that's what the role and responsibility requires of me. But under this situation, for the obvious reason, I abstain from taking a vote on this particular measure. And again, I just want the record to be clear that I truly believe that, in fact, that we do have a substantial amount of gas stations territory-wide, and that, in fact, that I support the measure that's before us at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. We will now resume our nominations, beginning with Mr. Franklin Brathwaite Sr. for the Taxi Cab Commission. Can we get a check, a systems check for Mr. Franklin Brathwaite Sr.? Mr. Brathwaite, we're seeing you somewhat, Mr. Brathwaite, but we're only seeing your glasses up. So if you can adjust your camera so that we can see your full face. Much better. A little lower now. So slightly lower. Perfect. Perfect. Good enough. Mr. Brathwaite, we want to thank you very much for agreeing to serve on a very important commission in the territory, the Taxi Cab Commission. We appreciate you. We appreciate your service. Before we commence, I'd like to ask you to please stand and raise your right hand. Or you can raise your right hand. Simply raise your right hand so we'll be able to see you. Do you swear that the testimony you will give today and the responses you will offer will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, sir. We're definitely always honored when we have talented Virgin Islanders who are willing to accept the mantle to serve. So we appreciate you. We appreciate your agreement to be here with us today. This exchange will be pretty straightforward. My colleagues will engage you in a very thoughtful and robust discussion. It'll be thoughtful, robust, and respectful. So you can feel comfortable with that. We ask you to begin right now by offering us your testimony, sir. You can proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Potter, honorable senators of the 34th Legislature, and members of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Greetings to all the viewing audience and listening people. My name is Franklin Brathwaite Sr. I come before you today as a nominee for the Virgin Island Taxi Cab Commission. I am interested in becoming a member of the Virgin Island Taxi Cab Commission because I strongly believe I can be an asset to this organization. I was born and raised in the U.S. Virgin Islands and consider myself a lifetime resident. I am married to Charlene Blackman Brathwaite, a retired banker, and together we have three children. After graduating from Ivana Udokan High School in 1975, I left these islands on a football scholarship to attend Knoxville College in Knoxville, Tennessee. in 1979. I transferred to North Carolina A&T University on a baseball scholarship. Upon my return to the Virgin Islands in 1982, I joined the Department of Parks and Recreation as a recreation specialist. And 1 year later, I transitioned to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, where I served as a physical education teacher for 29 years. While active with the department, I coach elementary school sports such as basketball, softball, track and field, volleyball. I also had a distinct honor to coach the VI Special Olympics track team in the World Olympic Games in North Carolina in 1992. One of my greatest joy was coaching Little League Baseball for 25 years. I also continue to be an avid supporter of school sports and play softball in several community leagues. I started my taxi cab operation on a part-time basis in the late 80s and became a full-time operation after my retirement in 2011. I am currently a member of the VI Taxi Association. My reason for wanting to be a part of this commission is because I want to be a part of helping the Virgin Island taxi operation to remain responsive to the needs of the tourist and local community. I am a strong advocate for improvement to the taxi service in our community. I will extend myself much as possible to ensure that Commission is successful in meeting goals that will benefit our residents, guests, and drivers. This includes a responsibility to ensure that the vehicles for hire are safe to operate on the roads of the Virgin Islands by having the taxi organizations and companies require that their members have their vehicles inspected by a licensed mechanic annually. This is important for drivers, passengers, and the community. This helps to minimize issues that can lead to personal liability to drivers and issues of possible liability to the government of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, I will be a strong advocate for the push to make taxi cabs American Disability Act compliant. I would like to thank Honorable Governor Albert Bryan for having the faith and confidence in me for nominating me for this position. Also, I'd like to thank the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for making the effort and taking the time to consider my nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brathwaite. Colleagues, we're going to have 5-minute rounds, beginning with Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to my good friend, Franklin Brathwaite. How you doing, my brother?
Hanging in there, brother from another mother, eh?
That's right. I'm trying to get you comfortable because you got all of this black power thing back and you don't want to make sure you relax. Black history, yes, but you got your fists. I know Mr. Brathwaite for quite some time, and I know his passion with the taxi cab, working with them and part of the Associate Commission. So I don't have a lot of questions, but one thing I would like to ask my good friend, do you believe in the taxi cabs getting an update to start being able to utilize debit cards?
Yes, I think that everyone should have debit card, but I don't think that it should be mandatory. I just think that we need to have them because they do ask.
Because in this modern technology today, a lot of people that travel sometimes don't walk with all of that cash. And they got, very good credit card, debit card, and sometimes it poses a problem. So I'm not saying mandatory, but I just wanted to, feel you out as to what your take is on it and how many times do you run into a situation of that nature with passenger coming on your cab and all they have is these cards to utilize?
Right. Well, I work out of the airport, and we do have one of the machines there. Once a tourist asks about it, we do get it to use the card right there at the desk, and then we will be compensated by the association.
Very good. Glad to know that. So when I come back on use card alone. Next question I want to ask you. Since the pandemic, I know things have slowed down drastically. What kind of preventative measures you guys are taking and making sure that you stand to it whilst we go through this pandemic?
Well, you know, we have that sign, no mask, no service. And right now, we are only allowed 6 passengers, which could be 2 per seat. With the couples will sit in the 6 passengers only with masks, social distancing.
And how have the customers thus far been cooperating with this new practice based on this COVID?
Very much so. They have no problem at all with that 6 passengers per unit, unless there's a family of more than 6 that would like to ride together. We allow that.
By chance, you guys try to have a couple extra masks just in case, or you rely basically on the passenger coming prepared?
Each driver is required to have a mask in the vehicles in case there's passengers or anyone who needs masks.
All right, good. Thank you very much. I have no further question for Mr. Brathwaite. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we're going to ask Senator Carla Joseph. You have your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to you, nominee Franklin Jackson. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have a lot of these Franklins here. Mr. Brathwaite, a pleasant good afternoon. And I really thank you so much for agreeing to be a nominee to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. I wanted to just ask you a question, and of course, before I ask you the question, I want to, of course, mention and commend you for graduating from one of, in my opinion, the best high schools in the Virgin Islands, Ivana Eudoracan High School, and we are, of course, the reigning tackle football champion for the entire territory. So that is really awesome, and that's something we have in common. I wanted to go right into asking you a question relative to what are some of the challenges that you see that have been encountered by the taxi cab operators and that you plan to utilize coming from your background as a taxi cab operator and bring to the VI Taxi Commission? What do you think needs to be done to make it more lucrative and easier taxi industry and more vibrant?
Well, we got work to do on the customer service, and I see that's a problem here in the Virgin Islands, not only in the taxis, but we do have some of it, and I would be looking forward to have some workshops and conferences to ensure that we have better taxi service to our tourist community and the whole.
Thank you. Very good answer. Now, I want to ask you, you know, the Taxi Cab Commission, a lot of people come in and they think the Taxi Cab Commission should only be limited to ground taxi. What is your, have you considered the Taxi Cab Commission, their mandate based on law, also including water as well as air taxi and be regulated? Have you had an opportunity to look at that?
Well, I really haven't with the COVID right now. Water taxi is, as you can, I think they're here already, and we still have our good relationship with the tourists and the water taxis that are here because there is one running from Crown Bay right now to St. John, and they get quite a few of people, and we do get our share.
So you
So
don't
it's
you don't see that that's
just
a
working together.
so you don't think that the water taxi should be also regulated by the taxi cab commission because it is a mode of transporting and taxiing individuals and clients?
Well, I would first like to talk to my taxi association to look into getting involved in that water taxi business because regardless, it's going to be here. There's no way that you can prevent it.
Okay, thank you so much. I do also want to take a look at, I think it's maybe a typo in your responses where you indicated that you had worked initially, and it's in your resume. It stated, and it's just to clarify for the records because these documents become a matter of the record. In your resume, you stated that you had worked 1 year for the Department of Human Services, and in the questionnaire, it said you worked 1 year for the Department of, I think it was Parks and Recreation at that time. And what is it? Is it Parks and Recreation or Human Services that you worked for, and then you transferred to education and became this awesome physical education teacher?
Well, when I returned from school, from college, I worked at the Department of Parks and Recreation as a specialist.
Okay.
Now for the human,
Go ahead.
For the Human Services Department, it's after school program that was running that I was hired to drive the kids home after school.
Okay. And finally, tell me, what are your goals as part, should you be voted favorably as a member of the VI Taxi Cab Commission? Give me about 2 goals that you have when you, should you successfully be voted upon as a member of the VI Taxi Cab Association.
Time.
Safety of taxi drivers along with the local community and the tourist department, and technology. We want to make sure that we start getting into, with this COVID now, the world is nothing but technology, so we have to get into technology as far as getting in the tourism with this card business and whatever else it may take to have a better product.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brathwaite. I do have one final question, and it's a question that I'm sure you as a taxi cab operator have encountered a lot. And I'm seeing that there is some middle ground that have been brought, but that surrounds gypsy cabs because they're not regulated by the Taxi Cab Commission. They're not a part of an association. What is your position on that?
Well, I think that they need to be regulated because they go there by the supermarkets and they do help out the local community, but I think that they should be regulated somehow or the other. We can look towards that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brathwaite. I'm very pleased with your answers. And Mr. Chairman, I will be voting in his favor when that time comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon once again, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Brathwaite. And I
Good
commend you
afternoon.
and actually all nominees for stepping forward in service to our community. And to follow the line, I just want to, for you, Mr. Bratwith, in terms of what have been your initial steps as you move forward with possibly, of course, being favorably voted upon. In what will be your first? What's your short-term goal and what's your long-term goal in improving the taxi cab commission? In short, can you tell me at least one short-term goal and one long-term goal?
Okay.
What could you accomplish in your first days?
Okay, I would like to make taxis local residents. I want to make sure that we have taxis available for local residents, seniors, and everyone, not only the tourists, but the local community.
Thank you. And I like the fact that you mentioned persons with disabilities. Have you retrofitted? How would you work with the disabilities community to ensure that its taxis or to help with the efforts to retrofit our taxis so that they, are accessible to persons within the disabilities community?
Well, I read a bit on that, and I will collaborate with the same company to get things together so things are accessible stuff for that community.
And what I would recommend to you, Mr. Bratwith, and to your board members, if you are favorably voted upon, I would recommend that you engage the ADA coordinator, that's Mr. Henley, because as you move forward, even though you already have a company, making sure that it meets the ADA guidelines, I would really encourage that, and even the promulgation of rules to respect to that. You mentioned communications. Right now, as we speak, how easy is it to find the taxi cab information? Is there a website? Do you know of social media? How would one know about, as a member of the public, about the Taxi Cab Commission as we speak right now?
We do have a website. And we we do have a website, and it's the VI Taxi Commission website, or even the VI Tax website, VI Tax Association. We have a website on that too.
What I would recommend, because as you know, we are in a social media world now, right? And that's not mandatory, but if you, as you get onto the board and promulgate rules and efforts, that you go beyond the website, and if you do, even if you have a website, that you make sure it's also ADA compliant. You also talked about communication and outreach. Do you plan to, in terms of the public being engaged in the efforts of the Taxi Commission, are you planning to, in your first day of office, reach out to the public and get any public input about the role of the Taxi Commission?
Yes, I would love to get into that as soon as if I'm nominated, to take care of that. That is my first step.
That's great. Thank you so much, and that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Special good afternoon to you, Mr. Franklin Bratwith. A lot of Franklins in here today. We got Johnson, we got Roosevelt, and now Bratwith. On a light note again, Liston, a.k.a. Nant Bratwith, must be looking down and smiling right now and just saying, way to go, little brother. May he continue to rest in peace. Mr. Bratwith, have you had an opportunity to review in whole or in part Titles 3 and Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code that speaks to the duties and responsibilities of the Commission? Have you been able to review any of them?
I have been able to look over the paper and see the stuff, yes. All along I've been reading and trying to catch up on that.
Okay, I want you to just look at the paper. I want you to really read through the duties and responsibilities that will be upon you once approved for the board in Titles 3 and Title 20. That will be your Bible to be guided by. As a taxi driver yourself, what association do you belong to or did you belong to?
The Virgin Island Taxi Association.
VI Taxi Association. So you understand now that once approved to this board, that you will have to represent all associations and not just VI Taxi Association, correct?
I understand that.
Good. Tell me your thoughts on taxis and limousines. Taxi and limousine, are they the same?
Well, right now, I don't see them as the same because, you know, the limousine, I think they should be under the umbrella of the taxi commission. They are doing the same thing as a taxi, but they're using private plates and coming to the airport and making pickups just as much as the taxi, and they're not paying the fees that the taxi drivers have to pay.
Okay.
And that's, I think that's
good. In the beginning, you threw me for a loop there, but you came home. The thing is that both are vehicles for hire. And I have legislation coming to address that momentarily. It's about time that we do things right. It should be the Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission, not just Taxi Cab Commission. The next thing that I'm looking at, someone already brought up the gypsy taxis. I'll leave that alone. But I do agree that they should be regulated. But my true concern is, and we have seen some near calls, some of these safaris are not suitable to be on our roadways. And we're going to continue to wait until something happens and we landed with a lawsuit. What is your position on these unlawful safaris that's on our roadways?
Well, I am totally against that because I've seen some serious accident and nearly accident and things that would cause bad harm to people here in these islands, and we need to look into it.
30 seconds.
And these guys running taxi, so the taxi cab officers should be stopping them and running checks on them. They have taxi signs on them, on the gypsy cab?
Yeah, well, the majority do have taxi license and
So then our enforcement section needs to step up. Enforcement across the territory needs to step up. I'm truly sick and tired of feeling as if I'm living in a lawless society. And I need our men and women, may I, Mr. Chair? Because your timekeeper don't play. Thank you so much. That's your job, though. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. But we need our enforcement to truly step up their enforcement game. Just last night, outside of taxi, just last night I stood up outside the legislature here and counted 6 motorcycles speeding up and down the road out here in front of the legislature. That's past the police station right here. These guys have no regards for law enforcement. That you could drive right in front of the police station, right in front of the courthouse, and these ATVs, motorcycles, and mini bikes, whatever the case may be, with no helmet, no license plate, nothing, no regards. At this time, I'm just asking that our enforcement section, not just the police department, all who carry a gun and badges, you're not armed secretaries. do what you need to do. If everybody pitch in, we'll have a safer community. And one last thing I just want to ask is, are you aware whether or not you're replacing someone whose term have expired on the board?
Yes, I am.
Whose term, or who are you replacing, if you know?
Mr. Francis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the extra time.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good afternoon to Franklin Brathwaite Sr. I want to first of all extend congratulations for your nomination and also a thank you for your willingness to serve on this very important board. I also want to say kudos to the Brian Roach administration who continue to send forward nominees to fill these critical position boards. So, Mr. Brathwaite, I wanted to change gear a little bit in regards to probing you for your team spiritism in serving on the board. Can you give me 3 characteristics that best describe who you are?
I'm a sports person, Franklin Brathwaite, and I a taxi driver and a family man, a church member, choir member, and deeply involved in whatever makes these Virgin Islands better.
So, in essence, you continue to be a team player, that you have an ability to join a team.
That's right.
And be able to be a participating member. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which means that you can work with others to get the job done. Are you familiar with the other taxi cab members?
Those of the St. Thomas district and St. John, yes, I am. I know Mr. Georges, I know the chairperson, which is Miss Lloyd, and Mr. Paris from St. John. I do know all of it.
Very well, and you don't have any problem with working along with these individuals?
I have no kind of problem at all. I could work with anyone.
Good, very well. Good show. So, how important do you believe that a taxi driver needs to know the history of the Virgin Islands, or at least in particular the district that they're representing?
Well, it's very important. It helps in the product. The tourists and the community is always happy to hear about the history of these islands. These islands are very precious, and it's very good to be able to know the history so that you can pass it on to the tourists or whoever you're driving.
So would you agree with me that despite wherever you may have come from as a taxi driver, that when you engage our tourists, that you should be having discussions in regards to the history of that particular district?
That is one of my peeves, that drivers should know the history of the island, regardless of where they come from, where they born, or whatever. They should know the history of the island that they're working in and be able to transfer it to the customers.
I totally agree with you. What about taxi drivers that have a tendency, and this has been reported to me and time again, where they discourage tourists from venturing onto the other Virgin Islands, other islands within the Virgin Islands?
Well, that is one of the things I'm going to work on in getting the drivers to encourage people to see the other islands. And that's the thing I do all the time. Visit these, you come here from the United States, and these islands are so close together. Kill a 2-3 birds with one stone. Go and visit the other island. Enjoy yourself. And I would like to, if I found anyone is doing to discouraging, we're gonna work on that. Take care of that.
I like you already.
30 seconds.
Very good. So, in regards to safety and security of our taxi drivers, I know that a lot of drivers are reluctant to operate their vehicles after dark. How do you believe that as a government, as a commission, can we continue to encourage, provide the precautionary measures to ensure that there is some safety and security for our taxi drivers and their passengers after dark?
Well, Senator, that is a thing around the world where, in these times where they're discouraged from driving in the evening time because of past situation where, bad things happen. But we are trying to work collaboratively with the police department to encourage the drivers to be out there and make things safe for drivers and customers.
Very well. Mr. Chair, I heard time was called. Can I ask one follow-up question?
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brathwaite, any ideas how we could attract younger drivers? I think that when we look at the demographics of cab drivers, we saw that they're a little bit on the senior side. How do we start to attract younger drivers and make sure that they're paying their dues so that they could reap the benefits of retirement?
Well, I've seen an increase in younger drivers getting into it. We need to go into maybe the schools and express our interest in getting young drivers in the industry to make sure that they have a good day. They're gonna be there, and it's good. Taxi driving is so good. I love it because you get to meet so much nice people. I got so many friends that met me one time and called me to come back and drive with me. So we can go into the schools and try and recruit younger drivers to get into the association.
Thank you. Thank you for your response, Sis, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you may proceed with your 5 minutes. Please recognize Senator Fred Gregory.
Good afternoon, colleagues, again, and good afternoon to Mr. Franklin Brathwaite Sr., my cousin. That don't mean I will go easy, though. I want to go back to a question that my colleague in the St. Croix district asked earlier about history, about the taxi drivers having or being knowledgeable of the history of the Virgin Islands as they traverse the landscape with our tourists. I know that there's some level of training, but do you believe that the training should be ongoing and the taxi drivers should pass some level of testing in order to continue on with this service here in the territory?
I do believe that it will help in so many ways, that it should continue to help, because you do have drivers coming on here periodically, so I have it going on. It is helpful. It will be helpful.
Okay, so that's something that I would like for you to really look into. I think it's a major part of our tourism product, and our taxi drivers knowing the history of the Virgin Islands is important. Now, the question I'm going to ask you is a very controversial issue, and in the 33rd legislature, we sort of took it on, and the taxi commission said, in fact, that they would take it on because it's their responsibility. And that is taxi drivers receiving other forms of payment other than cash. In many instances, we find that our tourists are complaining about the fact that they have no cash when they get to their destination. They are learning that not cash. They have no cash when they get to their destination. They're finding out that the only form of payment that is accepted is in fact cash. So, what is your position on? I think there's a lot of feedback in the background. What is your feedback on, or your position rather, on the acceptance of credit card payments? And there were many arguments around it based on the age of our taxi drivers, etc. But I believe that it is important for me to hear from a nominee based on, our future. What is your position on the acceptance and moving to credit card payments here in the territory for taxi drivers?
Like I said to one of the previous senators that I think that everyone should have some kind of technology payment with the credit card or the phone or PayPal or whatever else you can have. And you'll be surprised to see that from since the last time that we spoke about that, how many drivers are already taken up that situation and got their credit card thing.
But from the Taxi Cab Commission, you have policies that you write. So that's really my question, does the Taxi Cab Commission, do you have an appetite to ensure that that becomes a policy of the Taxi Commission here in the territory to require drivers to have some other form of payment other than cash? That's really what I'm trying to drive down here.
Right. Well, we will look into that because it is a thing that is needed because, like you said, a whole bunch of the tourists comes in and they doesn't have cash with them. So we will have to get together and work on that because it is something that is needed here in these islands.
So it's something that it's something that y'all are very interested in moving forward. So we hope that when the Taxi Commission leadership comes before us, we will hear that the board has met and there is some discussion around how that should look. And this may not be politically correct for me, but I believe if we are going to truly grow our economy, there are things that we have to do to ensure that our tourist experience here is a good one. So that leads me to ask you, how can your industry improve upon the experience for visitors when the market resumes?
Well, we have to get into it. We have to get into the credit card business, and I will work with the other board members to work on that. I am for it.
But I'm not speaking about a credit card alone. I'm just talking about improving the experience period as a taxi driver for the visitors here in the territory that come here to the territory.
We have a problem here with customer service, like I spoke about before, and that is something that I plan to dig into and work on, and make sure that the tourists have a great time, because the first thing that they meet here is a taxi driver, and it's the last thing that they meet. So we have to get some classes, some workshop and whatever to improve our service to the tourists and the community.
All right, thank you for your responses. And I am not a member of this committee, but at the appropriate time, I will cast my favorable vote for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. I recognize non-committee member, Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in my office working and I had to run over my little sticky pads. I heard a few things. Mr. Brathwaite, congratulations and thank you for your willingness to serve on the board. I just wanted to, the previous senator asked you about classes and continuous learning or training. Right now, prior to, well, last year or so, UVI Cell did your classes. Does the Taxi Cab Commission still partner with UVI Cell? Do you know?
Well, I'm not sure, but I will look into that. That's one of my thing that I would like to look into, having those continuous classes go on.
Okay. At one point, I taught the the UVI history portion of the class, and then I went to UVI Cell. The water taxi piece, should the water taxis be under the commission?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. No.
I think that there should be any vehicle for hire should be under the taxi commission.
Okay. Now, every time we talk about taxi, we tend to focus solely on tourists, but any other jurisdiction, taxis service the entire population. That is why, and we realize that this is why you have room for like a Uber or a Lyft to grow, because that particular group was being left out of, who you would be providing a service to. So, having said that, are you in favor? What are your thoughts on having licensing gypsies, but within the parameters that a gypsy can be licensed solely to operate from like a Pueblo or a Plaza Extra, just to take locals to and from, because you have a lot of people that don't have cars. They live in the hills, they may live Bodo, they may live somewhere in Pillsbury Heights, and then they're not on the route of the Dollar Man, but they need a gypsy taxi. And right now we have a strong black market or underground market. But what are your thoughts of bringing them in the fold within the parameters that they operate from a particular grocery store or location, and they only can serve a particular customer base?
Well, I am for them being regulated and licensed, because like you said, a lot of the locals use the gypsy taxis, and for some reason, some of the big taxis can't even go in some of the areas that the local folks live in. So it will be good for us to regulate and license those gypsy taxis. They're very helpful.
Okay. Last thing, the board. Do you believe the board should be in the business of hiring and firing employees that's really under the purview of the executive director? Or should the board be responsible for the rules and the policy? Do you believe you should be involved in the intricate details of the Taxi Cab Commission?
Well, I'll be very honest with you. I'll have to look into that and see if I read up on that some more and see. But I think that the board do have the power to hire and fire right at this time.
Okay, this is where we disagree. The responsibility of boards, your policy, and then of course the executive director, they report to you. But I don't believe that you should be in the day-to-day operations. Then what's the purpose of the executive director? And I'm asking this question because presently the board continues to send a mandate. The executive director hired people, and then after they quit their jobs and they went to the commission to work, then the board turns around and sends a letter relieving them of their duties. That can't happen. And I'm making you aware of that to address in the future because, again, the executive director went ahead in his purview and hired staff. After they left their jobs and they reported to work at the commission, then the board turns around and sends a letter sending them home. So what job are they supposed to go to now? So these are things I want to bring to your attention moving forward. But I look forward to you serving, and I will cast my vote at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Saru. Mr. Bradford, I know my father was a lifelong taxi driver. He drove with Eastern Taxi for many, many years, from the time I knew myself. And once upon a time, it was a very lucrative profession, a fairly lucrative profession. And I just wanted to get your insight and input as to whether or not this business is still a relatively lucrative one, in the sense that you can still raise a family. Is there room for growth? Is there time for us to have a moratorium on new drivers, new medallions? What are your overall thoughts about where this industry is going?
Okay, depends on who you giving and selling these medallions and things to, but there is room for improvement, but you can have a taxi and raise a family. Taxi is a lucrative and very good job to have if you are honest and righteous. That's the key to be a good driver.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for your answer. Another question. The serving on a board on the Taxi Cab Commission requires potentially a great deal of time. And I know that not just the Taxi Cab Commission, but boards in general have historically had issues with quorums. You often have one or two people carrying the load, carrying the strain. Are you aware of the time that is required to effectively serve on a commission such as this? And are you committed to giving of your time for this endeavor?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't have accepted if I didn't plan on giving my time and being there for the board. I'm a retired physical education teacher. I do a little part-time taxiing, and I will be able to give as much time as needed for this board to work for this taxi cab commission.
Mr. Bradford, I know when I spoke with you earlier, I guess last week, we spoke about customer service, and that is one of your big things, big areas where improvement is warranted. And you said, truthfully so, that it's not just limited to the Taxi Cab Commission, but in a territory that makes its income primarily through tourism, it's a shame when we can say that customer service is lacking in our territory. Are you prepared to work with your colleagues on the board to develop a vigorous customer service training initiative for taxi drivers in the territory?
Yes, I am. That is one of my pet peeve, that customer service, and I am ready to work with my colleagues, if nominated, to make sure that we get the necessary things on board to make sure that we have better customer service here in these islands. It's needed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Brathwaite. Colleagues, does anyone have any last remaining burning questions for Mr. Brathwaite before I ask him to provide us with his 30-second closing remarks? Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask the nominee one other question. Mr. Brathwaite, tell me briefly your thoughts of having Uber or Lyft in the territory.
Honestly, as a taxi driver, I really wouldn't vote for that. It's like taking food out of my mouth. I am going straight up.
Okay, so you don't support. Okay, I mean, good. And that's what we're looking for, honesty. And I like your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted around. Is there a motion? Motion, Senator Gittens.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I humbly move the nomination of Mr. Franklin Brathwaite Sr. to serve on the VA Taxi Cab Commission. I move that his nomination be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Moved by Senator Gittens, properly moved by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Roll call on the nomination of Franklin Brathwaite to the Senior to the Taxi Cab Commission.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Collard J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Franklin Brathwaite Sr. to serve on the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Mr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, before you go, can you just give us your 30-second wrap-up, closing remarks?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for giving me the opportunity to be a part of the Taxi Commission, and I will do my utmost best. And I would like to thank the Committee of Rules for giving me the chance to serve on the committee. I would like to thank everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brathwaite. The committee will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record.
Took me some ideas, send me that over, so I wanted to, I had all of that in mind, but
Mr. Blackwood, please disconnect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you read the next nominee in this block?
Okay, Mr. Bartlett here.
Thanks, Mr. Blackwood. We're done with you for now, so you can please go ahead and disconnect. Thank you very much for your time with us this afternoon. Proceed, Madam Clerk.
The committee will consider the renomination of Henry Smock to the UVI Board of Trustees, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Judge Smock. Just want to, first of all, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for agreeing to serve as a renominee to the UVI Board of Trustees. We will proceed by me asking you, first of all, to raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give today and the responses you will offer will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
Okay, Judge Smock, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Senator, before I begin, if I could just interject, I listened with interest to Mr. Brathwaite's testimony, and I just wanted to say that UVI Cell does still offer the certificate for taxi drivers in their courses. So just by way of information for the senators, there is still that course that is offered, sir.
That is excellent. I would be curious to know how often it's being utilized.
I don't know, but I can find out, but it is offered on a regular basis, and it's been quite popular over the years, I believe.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Judge Smock. You may proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, and good day, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary. Permit me first to take this opportunity to thank you, Senator Potter, and other members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, as well as other senators present, for the opportunity to appear before you and to provide this statement of my synopsis of my views of the vision, goals, and objectives of the University of the Virgin Islands, on whose Board of Trustees I have previously served and to which I have been renominated. I am grateful and humbled to have been once again nominated, and if reconfirmed, I will continue to expend my best efforts in fulfilling my responsibilities as a trustee of this most valuable and valued institution of higher learning. As the current chair of the board, as well as chair of the Virgin Islands Academic and Cultural Awards Endowment, I am positioned to have oversight into critical areas of development for UVI, its staff, faculty, and students. Having also taught at UVI and UVI Cell, and having a son who attended UVI, I have had access to many different perspectives concerning UVI's successes and challenges. And I wish to continue this service and would hope that you would find me worthy of that support. As many of you know, I work with and in the past have worked on many public and private boards and foundations in the Virgin Islands. But at the risk that comes from saying this, I can truly say that serving on the board of UVI is by far the most rewarding of all of them. I love UVI, and I believe that I have made a substantial contribution over the years in working hard and collectively with others to achieve the goals of UVI. And those goals, as I'm sure you're aware, have been set forth in our strategic plan entitled Greatness Through Innovation for the period 2018 through 2023. All who work at and for our university know well that education holds the key to the future of our children and our territory. I would like to use part of my time here today to share some of the accomplishments of UVI since my last appointment as a member of the board of UVI. Specifically, I want to focus on 7 areas that I believe the senators have been interested in and have asked me about in
in both recent and further past. Academic program enhancement, enrollment and graduation, facility improvement, external grants activities, fundraising activities, community service, and national distinction. Time will not permit me to address all of the achievements of the board and the administration in this, but I do want to provide some highlights. As for the academic program enhancement, I've been asked a lot about this. And during the last 5 years on the board has approved 19 new degree programs, and the administration has instituted numerous new minors and certificate programs. Some of the new degree programs include a master's in social work, a bachelor's in fine arts with a concentration in theater, music, and dance, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing on the St. Croix campus, 2 interdisciplinary degrees, and 2 graduate programs, Executive MBA and Master's in Accounting, also in the School of Business. The university also successfully launched an extension campus at the University of St. Martin, which enrolled over 50 students across both semesters. The board approved the university's first PhD degree in creative leadership for innovation and change. And this program has had, over the past 5 years, as many as 130 students enrolled, and 15 have already graduated. The board has also approved the creation, or I should really say the recreation, of the School of Agriculture and the creation of the School of Graduate Studies. The Department of Computer and Computational Sciences introduced its first certificate in applied computer science technology. During this period, the board also approved UVI's first online degrees, 16 in all and more coming, which are completely managed by the university. Both the School of Education and the School of Business obtained accreditation during this period. And I'm especially proud the School of Nursing was reaccredited in 2020, and our nursing graduates continue to excel nationally in testing outcomes of the nursing licensure exam. During this period, the board also approved a new 5-year strategic plan that I mentioned previously. That is the Greatness Through Innovation. Throughout Greatness Through Innovation, the goals and measurable objectives all point toward the creation of a university where its emphasis, incentives, and processes stimulate and nurture innovative ideas. On enrollment and graduation, although the challenges of enduring 2 Category 5 hurricanes and navigating the COVID-19 pandemic had a negative effect on the university's overall enrollment, we were still able to graduate 1,834 students during this period, including coordinating and implementing a very impressive virtual commencement for the class of 2020, which I know many of you undoubtedly saw. Our graduates contribute greatly to the economy of the territory in the public and private sectors, and many pursue graduate degrees in some of the most unique and rigorous areas at prestigious institutions around the nation. On facility improvement, the board has approved the construction of numerous new buildings, including the Medical School Simulation Center, classroom building, and recently the new Biomedical Research Laboratory. We anticipate that all of these facilities will be completed by the end of this year or early 2022. Because of the hurricanes, the board was required to oversee the repair and reconstruction of numerous buildings on both campuses. The administration recently completed reconstruction of the UVI Research and Technology Park building on St. Croix, which also houses our College of Science and Mathematics, and is on course to complete the remaining facilities by the end of the year. FEMA, through a hazard mitigation grant program, awarded UVI with 2 wind retrofit grants aimed at mitigating the risks associated with hurricane force winds and rain. The wind retrofit grants will address improvements to the existing building envelopes, doors, and window openings, as well as the hardening of rooftop and electrical equipment in accordance with current building codes. The St. Thomas campus, recently renamed the Orville E. Ken campus, was awarded over $4 million towards 5 residence halls and the library. In fact, the library is going to be getting a new roof in the near future. The Albert A. Sheen campus on St. Croix was awarded over $2 million toward the Delta M. Jackson Dorsch Complex Residence Hall, Student Center, and Server Room. The acquisition of the West Bay Supermarket in order to create a research and business innovation center occurred also during this period and will become a signature facility and program for the university. A modern and creative redesign of the space will expose students to cutting-edge technological innovations that are being developed by UVI researchers and those being used by our local businesses. It will also be a center for one of our culinary programs. The university looks forward to breaking ground for the multi-purpose complex on the St. Croix campus. In collaboration with the VI Housing Finance Authority, funding has been approved through the Community Development Block Grants for Disaster Recovery provided by HUD. Funding for the project is slated at approximately $43.5 million based on estimated construction costs for the proposed 108,000 square foot facility. External grant activities. The faculty and administrators have been extremely productive in obtaining over 330 federal and local research grants that total approximately $134 million over the last 5 years. Some of the highlights of those awards are $28.6 million from the U.S. Economic Development Authority for the construction of the medical school buildings, $20 million from the National Science Foundation for the EPSCoR projects Ridge to Reef, $21 million from the U.S. Census Bureau to lead the Virgin Islands census efforts, which UVI has done for numerous years, $4.9 million from FEMA for the development of a territorial multi-hazard mitigation plan for the U.S. Virgin Islands. There are many other grants, which I'll be happy to get into if the senators wish to inquire. As for fundraising activities, each year the Board of Trustees, based on recommendations from the Development Committee, creates fundraising goals for the university. In addition, the board has created fundraising goals for President Hall that are part of his contractual obligations. Despite these challenging economic times, the university has collected $13.3 million during this period, and the president has secured pledges and other commitments that total approximately $20 million. I am also very proud to say that during this period of time, most of the time, 100% of our board members have made a contribution to UVI. As for community service, the hallmark of UVI has always been a commitment to serving the community in as many ways as it can, and to use its expertise, research, and facilities to help improve the quality of life for our people. This mission has continued and been enhanced during the 5-year period that I have been on board. For example, I want to mention just a few things, although I've actually have about 20 or so here, but there was storage of the COVID-19 vaccine at the Center for Marine and Environmental Studies. We provided space to various government agencies during the early stages of the pandemic. We conducted the decennial census for the territory. We also, through the Ridge to Reef project, VI EPSCoR, provided funding to advance science literacy within the Virgin Islands and encourages STEM integration in the territory schools and at UVI. We've hosted various outreach and support to the community after Irma and Maria, food distribution with Tim Duncan and various other supply distributions. We have appointed representatives on both the Hemp Commission and the Cannabis Board. We have also had the president of the university and the commissioner of agriculture have been charged by the Senate and the governor to create an agricultural plan for the territory. On the St. Croix campus, we now have an intercollegiate association league-approved soccer field that can host home games. That was a long time coming, and we're very pleased with that. We created a new studio for WUVI on the St. Croix campus. We celebrated the grand opening of Virgin Islands and Caribbean Cultural Center also on the St. Croix campus. We launched Inclusive Child Care Laboratory and Diagnostic Center on the St. Thomas campus. That was in 2019. Our School of Education is going to open a similar center on St. Croix. The goal of the center is to become a model learning environment for early childhood education. UVI hosted the 4th Clinton Global Initiative, and I'm sure you have seen all the publicity about that. Through our CEL program, the university has trained 156 mid-level government managers in our Certified Public Manager program. And due to these commitments and many others, the university received the prestigious Community Engagement Classification Award from the Carnegie Foundation for the advancement of teaching in recognition of exemplary institutionalized practices of community engagement. Finally, on national distinction, the university during this period has achieved national recognition in a number of ways. In June of 2017, the Middle States Commission on Higher Education reaffirmed the accreditation of UVI. Middle States' decision is a very compelling testament to the outstanding and creative work that the university has been engaged in for the last 10 years since the university's last accreditation visit. The Middle States report contained 14 commendations, 7 significant accomplishments or exemplary innovations, and numerous positive statements. This report did not cite any deficiencies or provide any warnings. Middle States also recognized UVI for being a part of the first cohort of institutions nationally to participate in its collaborative implementation project that applies the Commission's new standards for all of its member institutions. We can all be very proud of this particular accomplishment for UVI. The university also stands out in the nation for now being ranked by U.S. News and World Report in the category of Southern Public Universities. I pointed out to Senator Potter that he ought to get a copy of the U.S. News and World Report with the best colleges and university. This is absolutely fantastic and first of our kind for UVI. HBCU Money ranked UVI's endowment at number 7 among HBCUs. In addition to that, we've been fortunate to attract nationally known speakers for its commencement and student convocations. We've included U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, former U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch, Bakari Sellers, Danny Glover, and others. In addition, the university has awarded honorary degrees to various Virgin Islanders, including Cornell Williams, Dr. Simon Jones Hendrickson, Athniel Hattie Otley, Holland Redfield, Donna Christensen, and others. Other notable honorees who have since passed include Ms. Ruth Molinar, Ruth Eagles, Ron DeLugo, Horace Clark, and Ruth E. Thomas. With the support of the 32nd legislature and former Governor Mapp and now Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, the university also made history by becoming the first HBCU and second four-year institution to provide free tuition in the nation to Virgin Islanders via the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program. This program has benefited approximately 355 students, and we have expended so far approximately $1.2 million for that program. We also participated in the university's Passport to the World program. We had students, faculty, and administration who have been able to engage in study and cultural exchange activities in Ghana, South Africa, India, Brazil, and other countries. UVI was also selected to be a part of the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics effective July 2016, and this has expanded our options for intercollegiate sports on the U.S. mainland once this pandemic has subsided. And lastly, let me say, although I have a whole list, the university's Marine Science Center is not only a premier research institution, but it leads the world in the number of dives and depths of those dives conducted by an educational institution. So, Mr. Chair, these and many other accomplishments that time does not permit me to mention occurred during this last 5-year period, which included, of course, 2 Category 5 hurricanes, a pandemic, and appropriation and allotment reductions. So, Mr. Chair, this concludes my prepared remarks, so I will be happy to entertain whatever questions you and your colleagues may have. And I thank you. As you can tell, I love UVI, and I love to brag about it. And so I'm here to hear from you and to entertain your questions. But, Mr. Chair, just briefly, if I could say a personal note here. Many of you know my daughter Rebecca from her days at Government House, and I just wanted to let you all know that she gave birth 2 nights ago to a little girl, Lily. So in addition to everything else, I'm a very happy grandfather these days. Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Judge Smack, and congratulations on being a grandpa. That is that's probably the most important role that you'll play for a while. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with all of the accomplishments of the university while you have served either as the chair of the Board of Trustees or served on the board. I'm very impressed. We're going to start a round of questioning, 5 minutes, with Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Okay.
Please recognize Senator Johnson's mic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Thank you very much for this time. Good afternoon to the viewing, listening audience, and testifier. Good afternoon, Judge Smack. How are you doing? And congratulations on your grandchild. Been quite some time I haven't seen you, so it's always a pleasure anytime I run into you. And congratulations on.
Yeah, it has been a while. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, I haven't been on the court side for a while, so I haven't bumped into you. But congratulations again on your nomination, which I, when the time comes, will definitely be in support of. I would like for you to expunge a little bit on this multi-purpose complex on the St. Croix campus, what most of its use will be for at this time, if you can.
Yes, we're going to be getting further reports on this, but it is going to be used for local sports. It will also be used, as I understand it, as a hurricane shelter, storage of emergency vehicles and various things. I don't know if there's a final design out on it, but we would be expecting, the board should be expecting to get a report on this later this year to see just where it stands. But we've been looking forward to this for a number of years.
Okay, thank you. And I'm very interested in your long-term goals, especially in the area of vocational and technology. And my reason for being so interested in this, yesterday we had a committee hearing and involved labor. And as we was discussing the labor committee, they were talking about some arrangements they have for skills and trade. However, no one had the interest about skills and trade for Lime Tree Bay, which is on the island of St. Croix. And I'd like for you to expunge a little bit on your take on the vocational part as far as UVI embarking on this new endeavor.
Right. Well, Senator, as you know, in years past, with specific reference to an entity such as Lime Tree, we've had the associate and certificate programs in process technology. So a lot of that fits in well with what's being done there. But I'd like to go just a little bit further on that, because I feel that we are expanding our vocational areas, but in terms of training our youth to really get into what's important, I think that STEM is the future, quite frankly, the science, technology, engineering, and math. And that, to me, is really where the future is. I think we need to train more engineers. We need to train mathematicians, scientists, et cetera. And we have a really good foundation to do that now, because, we've gotten this big NASA grant for physics and mathematics. We do have our engineering program, but unfortunately, our students, such as my son, for example, you take your first courses here at UVI, and then we do have exchange programs with other engineering schools. But I think it's essential in the long term, and you asked about long-term goals, that we have engineering degrees available here in the territory. Now, I know that's something that's not going to happen in the next year or two. Those are expensive. But if we are going to be competitive as a region, we have to recognize that, in addition, for example, to our agricultural program, which, as you know, has just been recreated. Years ago, our agricultural program faded away for reasons I'm not really sure why. But I think now, thanks to the help of the legislature, who have funded that, I think that we have a real opportunity to move forward with real opportunities, hydroponics, advanced agriculture, all kinds of things that can really help. So between that, and also one of my goals over the years has been to increase our hotel and hospitality areas. We've got an RFP coming out in that again. We have Professor Tamara Lang, who's doing a fabulous job in that area. So those are just, I'm sorry, I could talk forever, but those are a few of my long-term goals.
I really appreciate hearing your long-term goals because you're not just thinking for tomorrow.
30 seconds.
You're thinking for way down the line, and that is important that we just stop looking just in front and really look way down the line. So those are some very encouraging things to hear. And yes, engineering will take some time, but once you put that plan in place, hopefully one day it will be accomplished. You also spoke about the Middle State report containing 14 commendations. Can you list a couple of that commendation if you can?
Excellence in teaching, excellence in facilities, innovative programs in business and accounting. I would love to send you that report. It was one of our big accomplishments. And as I said before, not only did we have those accomplishments there, but they were so impressed with the administration. And what happened is that they've actually made us now a part of the process in evaluating other schools. So that to me was a real feather in UVI's cap and the whole community.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your response to the questions. I really appreciate hearing some of the things that you have in store and in mind. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to proceed.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Next, we will hear from Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, you can proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to you, Attorney Henry Smock. I very much want to commend you for all the work that you have done over the years for the University of the Virgin Islands. As the chairman, you have surely marshaled on a number of accomplishments, and I know I definitely am thankful for that, being a graduate of the University of the Virgin Islands. So I definitely appreciate that. And also I wanted to congratulate you on joining the ranks of being a grandparent of a granddaughter. It's a wonderful feeling, and I just let you, grow with that and just experience it to the fullest. It's a wonderful thing to just see the development of a young lady. And so I wanted to also ask you some questions, some really probing question, and it's not surrounding necessarily facilities and things that you have mentioned in your remarks, but focus mostly on the outcomes for the university. I want to congratulate you on some of the things and the accomplishments of the university, but let's look at some of the challenges that you know that are there with the university. What are some of the challenges that you see there as far as graduation rate, placement rate? Because our young people and our community at large, and it's not just our community here in the Virgin Islands, is also throughout the Caribbean region as well as on the mainland. They come here. How are we looking as far as the retention rate for persons enrolling in the university and then completing the 4-year and earning a 4-year degree?
Thank you for that question, Senator, because you've hit on some very important points that the board deals with on almost a regular basis, because it really is short-sighted only to say, well, have you increased the number of incoming freshmen or PhD candidates, because you need to have retention. And a lot of the retention issues come from, is it a satisfactory university experience? Is a dormitory good? Are the professors responsive to the needs of our students? And we found over the years that we've been making progress in the retention rates, particularly for juniors and seniors. But it's still a challenge, and it's something we have task forces that work on all the time. If we back up just to the number of students that we have, of course, as you're well aware, with the free tuition program that was implemented, we saw a almost 24% rise in students who came. Now, unfortunately, this pandemic has just thrown everything into a confusion, and so we had a decrease in our incoming freshmen recently. But I have to say that once this pandemic is over, I believe that the impact of not only the excellence of our faculty and staff at the university, but also the free tuition program, many things are probably going to increase our number of students and the satisfaction that's there. Now, I also have to say, and I'm not going to do it today, but I do have, it was one of my short-term goals is to address issues that I think could make the free tuition program even more effective. And Senator Whitaker and I had a brief conversation about that last week. But those are some of the issues, and I think, Senator, you have really hit on the two issues that are critical to the university going forward.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask so if these are critical areas, what are your strategy or the board's strategy to address the low retention rate, especially, I know the COVID occurred, but we have a number of students, and when I did a quick research, number of students are dropping out of the university after their freshman years compared to the national level.
30 seconds.
So if you could talk about that, and also I wanted to ask you about the placement rate, because it's fine and good for our young people to be your students to be able to graduate with a 4-year degree, but how are they looking as being placed in a career path or a job when they complete? Are you doing, or is university collecting any data on that regarding job placement, career placement for UVI graduates?
Time.
Let me address the last issue that you raised first, and that is there any formal study that we have done in terms of placement? And the short answer to that is no. We should do more in that area. We do have indications of where our students do go, particularly in the nursing and business fields, and so we think that the placement there is extremely high. But we don't have a formal tracking system on what our graduates are doing now. Dr. Hall may be calling me up and cussing me out because we do, but I don't believe that we have any formal tracking system at this time. But you're right, the retention rates have not been as high as certain other institutions, but I think that that's been changing over the last several years. Clearly, it's difficult to deal with the pandemic, but retention involves so many different things, and the university is looking into all of them. You know, making sure that your faculty are receptive to their students, making sure that the dormitories are in good shape, that we have decent food in our cafeterias. So it's not just, are you getting the right courses? It's the whole college experience.
Yeah.
And I think something helps improve that college experience is more students living on campus. And that's why I was happy to see the West Dormitory going up. And if you attend some of our committee meetings on building and grounds, you'll see that all of our dormitories, even the very original ones that I as a young contractor helped build, are in much better shape than they have, quite frankly, ever been. So those are the kind of things that I think help build retention rates.
Thank you so much, Attorney Smock. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence and leeway in allowing me to ask Attorney Smock these questions. Thank you, Mr. Smock.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Whitaker, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. To Attorney Smock, thank you so much for coming before us today, and I want to again thank you. And for this, to put on the record, of course, I've been part of the UVI family for quite some time, a 4-H instructor, right, a UVI professor, certainly in the areas of criminal justice, business law, and the like. Certainly when Dr. Hall first served, I also served on the advisory committee that he asked me and other part-time and full-time professors. So I'm no stranger to university for certain. And thank you again for agreeing to meet with me as the chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development as we address those issues. And a part of your renomination process, Attorney Smock, what I just want to get at is there's a kind of persistent issue regarding capital projects. In terms of really addressing the lack of capital projects on St. Croix, how far is the board in terms of, for example, one of the projects was for us to get a multipurpose center situated on St. Croix, and as a board balances and addresses equity issues, is that something that you're committed to, in your renomination and really addressing the balance between the two campuses? Because there is a stark difference between the capital projects that are initiated and finalized across the districts.
Right. Well, thank you for that question, because again, that's why I think this multi-purpose center, which is going to be constructed on the St. Croix campus, is going to be a real game changer just in terms of access for the public to various activities, for sports and what have you. I think that's going to be very important. I'm also pleased that the Research and Technology Park building has now been completely reconstructed so that our College of Mathematics and Science has their home back again. So I think that was an important accomplishment. And Senator, as you're also aware, of course, the Simulation Center is almost finished. Once that has been finished, it's going to be quite a magnet for doctors, what have you, and our own students to look at that. So I think the Simulation Center has been a real shot in the arm for St. Croix. And on top of that, as you're probably aware, the dormitories at Jackson Dorch have completely redone after the hurricanes and have been made are beautiful rooms. So St. Croix certainly is worth the attention that we believe needs, but we're always looking for opportunities.
Thank you. And also, too, just in terms of course programs, good example, my uncle, Dr. Richard Brown, he's the first graduate of the UVA Boston Medical Program. He had to go to St. Thomas for much of his studies in math and science before going on to Harvard Medical School, Boston, and Harvard Medical. What I want to emphasize is how do we address, for example, a lot of our marine science students have to go to the St. Thomas campus, and I'm just because of time's sake, I'm just encouraging that we work to address that so that students don't, it's good to travel between the two districts. I think that's really great, but we need to look at trying our best to be really equitable in that approach. I want to definitely commend you as the chairman of the board and also the efforts that are being made as we add more courses. So the agriculture program, I want to commend the School of Agriculture because the outreach was made to us as senators. I was actually the only senator who attended. However, I encouraged my colleagues to participate. It was a very informative program because, as you and I have discussed and as brought out during my February 12th committee hearing, we have to bring all the stakeholders in. And so I appreciate your willingness, as you've expressed, as well as what is actually happening. So us as senators, when we pass measures, how best to support you. And what could you just give, when you shared with me when we met, what would you advise us as senators to assist with in respect to the administration of the board and those efforts? Do you have any highlights or give us some points as to what you would see us best support in the next year as we add more programs and even redevelop the ones that are there, particularly the latest programs, agriculture, nursing, and the like.
Right. Well, as I say, the legislature has already been critical in assisting, the reintroduction of the agricultural program, our nursing program. Yeah, you certainly hit the nail on the head. I mean, a lot of majors still require students.
30 seconds.
Just what you're
and still,
up,
unfortunately, in marine sciences. But for example, now as of 2016, nurses have programs on both campuses and can get degrees there. So I think we're making good strides there. Obviously, the agricultural program will be primarily in St. Croix as well. It should. I'm looking forward to seeing what the course curriculums are going to be and how the hiring process is coming along. So these are all works in progress, and they're things we think about and talk about.
Time.
Again, I think, Chairman, if I would just may ask one question and close up.
You may proceed. You can go ahead, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you. And again, with that effort, I just also was Dr. Peterson, Dr. McGrath, and Dr. Coram, really commend them for their effort in reaching out to stakeholders. The final question, somewhat of a concern, is regarding the UVI studios. I recently was interviewing, was a guest on the student program, and both campuses are issues with, with the studios being up and running, mold issues, things of that nature. So I really would push the board to help them in that regard. I don't know the intricacies of that. And finally, having met, because my role also too is I'm really pushing for the connection between really getting us with a curriculum development for agriculture. Really proud that there's actual concerted effort to redevelop the agricultural curriculum, and with that, making sure stakeholders are at the table. I've already begun meeting with several farmers throughout St. Croix, going to their farm, and I'm going to meet many of them. And some of the concerns, Chairman Attorney Smock, has been the concern over that there's a feeling that there's a competition between UVI and the farmers. So what I really would, as we move forward, hearing the concerns of the community and doing our best to address them as we go forward, really looking at UVI for this research and really supporting the farmers and others in the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. And I will look into the issues of the studios. That has not been brought to my attention, but I'm always thankful that people bring these things. I've heard of all of the issues between farmers and UBI, but those are also being addressed. But again, it's all ways of working. Thank you into that.
Thank you.
For voting in the affirmative on its appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Special good afternoon to the nominee before us, the Honorable Judge Smock. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing very well. I seem to recall meeting you back in 2015 when you were head of this committee, sir. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what it was.
You know you're not wrong, and I just want to apologize to you, sir, not holding my promise to you that when you come before us, or each time you come before us, I will join you in having on my UVI tie. But I must admit,
I wasn't going to say anything.
I must admit to you, well, I did say that publicly, so I just want to apologize publicly, because I did have it in my hand, and somehow I put it down. I had about 3 ties, and I still left that one. I'm sorry. But as I look through your resume again, I mean, I don't expect much to change, but what I was looking at, and I chuckled because I said, for your character references, you sure know how to butter it up, using the chairman's brother, and then you use a pastor. I said, wow, smart guy.
Yeah, well. Yeah, well, Potter and I are good buddies. The other Potter. Well, actually, I like all the Potters. But
the other Potter. Is that the fatter Potter? Or So, what I wanted to ask you about, though, if you could look into, and by the way, listening to the testimony and reading it before I find that the board has been working. You guys seem to be busy. Of course, there's a lot more to be done. I definitely want to ask about 4-year criminal justice or police science program on the campus of St. Croix. Can I get a promise again, and this time that we will be pushing to get that done? I know we're in a virtual world right now, but you can only do a 2-year police science course on the St. Croix campus. That has changed?
I will give you my commitment to work on that and try to push forward to get that into a regular 4-year program. If we can just find it in the budget, it's something that's absolutely necessary, but you have my commitment on that.
Thank you. And if there's a need for funding, please let me know so that we could see how we can assist the university in doing that. But I would love to see that 4-year program on St. Croix for our law enforcement community, and also for the nursing program. I did make mention, I didn't want to bring that up right now because I can't find my notes from the other day when we spoke with someone from the UVI board. I had it then, but I don't want to talk out of turn and say the wrong terminology, but there was something with the nursing program on St. Croix also that needed to be extended. But I'll pass on that one for now, and I'll contact you after. What I want to also know is, can you give us an update on what's going on with the medical school at the University of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, happy to do that. We are getting ready to once again make an application before the LCME, the accreditation board. Due to the hurricanes, of course, for the medical school was temporarily halted. Some of the major donors quite rightly felt that their money should be redirected for hurricane relief and other projects in the Virgin Islands to directly assist our population. However, and in fact, we have an executive committee meeting on the medical school tomorrow, and we expect to have a very important announcement of a major donor to underwrite a good part of what's going on. But the simulation center will be opening in November. The medical school building is almost done. We have the new biomedical research adjunct to that, which again was built as a result of a federal grant. So we have the infrastructure ready. We believe that we are also going to have the proper financial background for the reapplication. So, and I just can't emphasize too much. I mean, there are so many other programs that are important with UVI, but this one is certainly critical for the community, for our whole healthcare system. To have our own doctors here, to have all of the simulation center attractions, there are just so many necessary things that happen that I think the medical school is going to become a reality fairly quickly. And understand that a medical school, if run properly, is actually quite profitable. We know that there are many, many applicants for medical school. We would be the first LCME accredited English-speaking school in the Caribbean if we are successful, and we believe that we will be. So I think you'll be hearing a lot of great things about the simulation center and the medical school over the next few months, Senator.
Not if, but when we are successful, correct?
When we are successful. Great. It's not a question of if. You're quite right.
Great.
You're quite right.
And time was called. However, I just want to make clear, the simulation center on St. Croix is slated to be open this November?
I believe it's this November, of course. Miss Charlene Navarro is preparing to open that up. So it's going to be later this year. It's probably sometime in November or something like that. I can get the exact date. But if you go out there, you'll see that the simulation center is virtually complete at this point. I think it's just the equipment is necessary.
Right. I just want to make sure that we're on movement for this year, 2021. And you did.
Yes, simulation center this year.
Thank you so much, because I think that's going to generate a lot of revenues for this territory. And lastly, I wanted to be clear on how far along we are with the medical school building on the St. Thomas campus. That I haven't seen, but I have seen the building for St. Croix. Hopefully we'll be able to get a tour before we open.
That would be fine. Let us know when that's good. But the building on St. Thomas, the school building is virtually completed now. There's a lot of build out on the inside going on. And as you know, there was a setback because of the hurricanes, obviously. But those buildings will be ready to rock and roll before the end of the year.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm looking forward to supporting your renomination and moving this motion along, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, and thank you, the Honorable Smock, for your continued service to the territory. And congratulations on the grandbaby.
Thank you. And Senator Gittens, actually, I was shortchanging my son because he and his wife, my first grandson was born on December 26th here at Schneider Hospital. So that actually Lily is my second one. So within the space of a couple of months, I became a granddad twice over. So it's been great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Judge Schmuck, from time to time when you're speaking, you start breaking up a little bit. I don't know if it's just a bandwidth issue that randomly, assorts itself or not, but maybe you ask from time to time to repeat what you said. But so far so good. But just something to pay attention to.
Thank you.
Sure. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's evident that you have found your niche.
Thank you. Yes, I love it. I love UVI. There's no doubt about that.
I could hear the passion in your voice, and that's very critical and very important as we continue to contemplate your renomination, because we want to know that individuals are interested and very happy in the job that they're doing. So let's have a conversation in regards to the Child Care Center operations in St. Thomas. I know that in 2019, I participated in the ribbon cutting of the Child Care Center. Is that operational right now on the St. Thomas campus?
It's operational on the St. Thomas campus, and we should have St. Croix operational later this year. Yes, sir.
Any timeline on that? I know that it's been pending for quite some time. I think that when we opened the St. Thomas campus, we were talking about in August having the St. Croix campus. That was back in 2019. Any idea when the St. Croix expansion will be done?
Well, I was looking at our building and grounds meeting the other day. I was looking at photographs, and it looks like the facility is virtually done at this point, although I didn't see any furniture inside as yet. So I would have to think that it is very close. And in fact, if I went back to my building and grounds notes, there probably is a date in there for completion. And I will take that out, and I will send you a note on that. But it should be very, very soon, because the building looks good, looks very good.
Very well. I look forward to that, and I know that you're good at your follow-through and follow-up, because we had similar discussion back in 2015 when you were nominated. So the nursing students, there is a requirement for them to go through a ATI testing, which is a preparation for the NCLEX examination. And in that ATI testing or examination, it requires for them to pass with a 90 average. Are you aware of this?
I know it's a very high percentage, but I also know that our students are passing that at a much higher rate than most other similar nursing programs. So we must be doing something right on that.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that it's not an unnecessary burden that we're placing on our students. When I look at the national average and the requirement nationwide, they require anything between 70 and 80%. And I know that we're proud of our ability to really have a high percentage number for NCLEX examination, but I think denying someone a degree in the absence of being able to receive the 90% is a little bit counterproductive after serving a 4-year term within the nursing program. So I'll ask you to take a look at that and just make sure that we're not above industry standard, or is there that we're not being overburdened and our students in that respect. If you'll do that, maybe.
I will check into that, Senator. I was not aware that was. And mistakenly on my part, I thought that percentage was across the nation, that you had equal standards for all nurses, but obviously I need to do some checking on that, and I will.
From what has been brought to my attention, that it's even more difficult to pass the ATI than it is to pass NCLEX. And of course, the success story is great, but the unfairness of someone after serving 4 years in the program for them to be denied a degree because they have not attained a 90% average is a little bit disingenuous, in my opinion.
I'll look into that.
Thank you. The multi-purpose complex that has been much touted and discussed in the past, and obviously just being able to attend a graduation
30 seconds.
inside of an air-conditioned building versus the tents that we have had to endure for forever. Where are we with the timeline? I know that you mentioned that, in fact, there is some plans to get this up and running. Any particular timeline in which we could see this, the groundbreaking ceremony, and that?
I'm going to ask both Mr. Griffith and Dr. Hall to give me an update on that. The board has not heard anything about this for a bit of time, the last 2 meetings, so I'm going to get an update on that as to where it stands.
Time.
Okay.
But I won't throw the tents away this year.
Because I want to respect time, but can I just get one or two questions then?
Yes, you may proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Judge Smock, in regards to the synergy that I believe that is necessary for us to have as a territory where our Department of Education, the Department of Labor, the University of the Virgin Islands, that there is some level of synergy that's occurring. Do you have someone that helps to develop that synergy or any particular entity or engagement to allow that to occur on the UVI side of the House?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have a whole staff that works on a lot of that, and I want to give particularly kudos to Dr. Haldane Davies, because he is very much involved in these studies, for, what is it, Vision 2040 that the government is doing through the EDA, and UVI is actively involved in that. And so, and as you know, UVI is intimately involved in all of the studies that go on in terms of development in the VI. But again, Dr. Davies has done a lot of that. He also serves on the EDA board itself. I'm actually their counsel too. So we are well aware of what the causes, concerns are in these particular areas. So yes, we're intimately involved in every step of those phases.
Very well, I'll take a look at that and have a discussion with him. He did give a very good presentation at the start of the 34th legislature when he served as the massive ceremony there. So we'll take a look at that. So my final question is, what keeps you up at night in regards to your role and responsibility and oversight and chair of the board? What is it that keeps you up?
Well, Senator, it's interesting. I only half joke that I lose more sleep over jobs I don't get paid for than for the things I do get paid for. And with UVI, I think we have a very strong foundation, but I worry about this pandemic. I wonder when it's going to end. I also worry about our long-term prosperity. Now, I'm the eternal optimist, but what keeps me up is wondering how well is the territory going to do in the coming years, because as the territory goes, so goes UVI and vice versa. So there are a lot of issues that way, some larger than others, that keep me up at night. All I can tell you is there's no substitute for hard work and a good, the best in the world.
Very well. Your response came in a little bit choppy, but I could really piece it together, and I appreciate the work that you do, as well as the entire board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. At the appropriate time, I will be supporting this renomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Madam President, Senator Dana Fred Gregory, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Judge Smock, Trustee Smock, many hats Smock.
Yes.
You've given so much of yourself to the Virgin Islands. You are definitely a true Virgin Islander. Let me ask you. I know that the University of the Virgin Islands is a very, very high functioning board. And it's also a board where that is something that's not said. You pay to play. You pay to play.
Yes.
I remember when I
Yes,
sat
you
on the
do.
board with you, and I was like, are you guys serious? You pay to play. So this is one of these boards where, because I started to ask Judge Smack, you know, why do you want to continue on this board? But my colleague before me spoke and asked, and you said you just love the University of the Virgin Islands. And I know you have to love the University of the Virgin Islands because this is a board where they ask you to take out your checkbook. You got to write a check to serve on this board. So the mere fact that you are willing to continue to serve on this board when you have to write a check, it speaks volumes to the person that you are. So I want to thank you for that. And you spoke a lot about the accomplishments of the university over, I would suspect, the past 5 years. And,
Right.
While you spoke about your accomplishments, I'm very interested in hearing some of the short and long-term goals. And of course, I'm sure there's a lot, but you could share with me what are those, very salient or important short-term and long-term goals that the university is focusing on under your stewardship.
Okay. One of the short-term goals, Senator, would be to get Reichhold back up and running. Now, and I'm not blaming anybody because everybody's doing the best they can, but the Reichhold reconstruction is taking a long time. Now, I understand that there are issues with acoustics and special equipment and what have you, but one of my short-term goals is to push the Reichhold Center reconstruction along and to get that moving. Another short-term goal is, again, as I mentioned previously, is to work on the free tuition program and to see if there's some amendments that make sense there. And I also want to make sure that the medical school gets up and running. And I think that's actually now is a short-term goal. So those are some of I have a bunch of them, but those are some of my short-term goals.
And your long-term goals?
Long-term goals, to expand our academic offerings, to make sure, I do not want the agricultural program to fade away again. I think it's critical for the success of this territory to be able to feed itself and to provide that type of agricultural sustenance. So that, I also want to, in the long term, make sure that our hospitality program continues to expand, specifically to get our own teaching hotels so that we can get our own people to be owners, operators in our tourist industry. So that would be another long-term goal, and we're working for that. I indicated before, particular preference is to push as many STEM programs as possible forward. We used to have, and I'll have to double check with David Morse, I don't know if we still have physics majors. We certainly should, but I think also try to expand our engineering so that we would have our own degree in engineering. That's a long-term goal, I grant you that, but it is something that I would like to see. And both short and long-term goals are expanding our donor base. Continue to work on that, but it's something that we just have to keep concentrating on.
Thank you for your responses. So you just made reference to expanding your donor base, and I know usually annually the university sets a goal for donors for fundraising goals, rather.
30 seconds.
In light of COVID, of the whole COVID-19 situation, are you meeting your fundraising goals for the past year? And how is, if you're not meeting them, how are you filling the gap with those challenges?
Good. We are not meeting our fundraising goals for the reason that you pointed out. I think that the pandemic has just hit us hard in that way, but we have had some major donors step to the plate, and so while we have not met our goals, we're not that far behind us. And I have to again shout out kudos to Michelle Neves, our head of development. He's done an excellent job. So even though donations have fallen off with alumni and with other donors, we're doing as well as can be expected given the climate. I read articles every day about other universities and how they're in danger of closing and how they have all of these terrible situations. But we're getting by. We're getting by on that, and things will get better, without a doubt.
Well, thank you for your responses. My time has been called, and I, as usual, want to wish you well. And it's not very often where you see members of a board that has served us. How long have you served?
Well, do I really have to tell you? Okay, I was first appointed, I'll be honest, I was first appointed by Governor Schneider. I was reappointed by Governor Turnbull. I was reappointed by Governor DeYoung, and I was reappointed by Governor Mapp.
So that's about 25?
So there you have it.
Almost 25 years, right? Almost.
Probably something like that, yeah.
So I just want to congratulate you on the work that you've been doing. You are someone that I have a lot of respect for. And like I said earlier, the mere fact that you have paid to play for the past almost 25 years speaks volumes to your contribution to this community. So I want to thank you. I am not a member of this committee, but at the appropriate time, I will cast my affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Judge Smark, I have a couple questions for you, and one of the questions that I have is really surrounding the percentage of incoming freshmen to the university who are required to enroll in skills courses as a prerequisite to them enrolling in 4-credit programs. Now, I know this is not necessarily a university, something that's caused by the university, but I'm wondering if there is a role for university to play with the Department of Education to begin to address this very long-standing issue. Is this something that is discussed by the board, by staff? Is this something that troubles you? Is there a meaningful strategy of addressing this on the horizon?
Thank you for that question, because that's another thing that keeps me up at nights, is worrying about this issue. We've been talking about it for years and trying to deal with it for years. There's a lot of communication on it. As you're well aware, we have two ex officio members of the board who are the Commissioner of Education, as well as the Chairman of the Board of Education. And so we talk with them about this. The university does have summer programs, the Academic Boost, Upward Bound. We've had the Man Up conferences and things of that nature. So there has been this outreach over the years, but it's stubborn. I have to admit it. It's a stubborn problem, because I think that our percentage has really not gone down very much. I think the incoming freshman percentage for classes is still somewhere around 60-65%. And we've moved the needle a little bit over the years, but it's still much too high. And so, to the extent that the university can continue to assist in outreach programs, I think that you'll see in the free tuition legislation, there was also a provision for an academic boost, and to kind of drill down to middle schoolers and high schoolers to assist in that regard. But I got to tell you, it's a difficult problem.
Okay, so that's one of those vexing problems that will remain on the front burner of the university and the Board of Trustees.
Yeah, truly, yes, truly it does.
Okay.
But it will get better. It will get better.
My next question really is about virtual learning. And I know that UVI seemed to transition rather seamlessly when COVID-19 hit, as far as going 100% virtual. Do you have any thoughts on the how the strength of a virtual learning environment. And I know this is the trend universally. Every institution has a virtual learning component. But is it equal to an in-person learning experience? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Oh, I have lots of thoughts on that, Senator. Yes. I think that it's critical that while we continue to develop our online courses, as I said in my prepared remarks, we have 16 online programs and we administer that. And I expect that particular program to continue to advance and to expand. But there is no substitute. There is no substitute whatsoever for, I think, a teacher in the classroom, a professor who is responding directly to questions. There will always be the need, always, at least so as long as I'm around, to have, in-class teaching. I think it's absolutely critical. And I think Virgin Islands students would agree. I mean, part of the reason that I think that attendance is down is because we're, in a virtual program right now. Now, I have to also give many thanks to the administration for having made what was virtually a seamless transition to online in this. I certainly hope that when the fall semester comes, that we will be in a position to transition back to more traditional faculty-student relationship. But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, thank you for that. With regards to, my next question is with regards to staff and staff retention. Is this, and I have no clue about this whatsoever, is there an issue with regards to staffing retention at the university and retaining quality, quality professors, quality instructors? And also, just as a spin-off question, I remember historically there's been an issue with regards to professors' union gaining footing at the university. Where are we, in that regard?
Well, we do have the teachers' union, and after a number of years, a CBA has been negotiated between the faculty and the
time.
It is. We have some of the best instructors anywhere, and that's borne out, I think, by how successful they've been in so many academic fields and their papers and presentations. Yes, we don't pay our faculty enough. We need to raise salaries, but by and large, we retain a very excellent group of professors and teachers. They are very high quality, and I'm so thankful to them for being able to do that, but that does not obviate the need to look for new sources of funding to raise salaries, both for staff and faculty.
Okay, thank you for that, Judge Smock. Two more questions, really. I know you mentioned Royco Center as being one of the biggest concerns, and it is a concern of mine also. And I can't remember if you said that we expect to see Royco in operation in a foreseeable future. Did you put a date on that or approximation?
Yeah. Well, I would have to say, and this, I may be corrected by this later, but I don't really see Reichhold. There might be a soft opening at some point in the near future, but in terms of having a full slate of programs and moving forward, that's something that I anticipate would probably be, sometime in 2022. Now, I could be wrong about that. Maybe we're moving forward a little more quickly, but I am disappointed at the relatively slow pace. But again, there's nobody to blame per se. It's just that the Reichhold is a very complicated, complex building. And we also have issues, as do most agencies, with FEMA reimbursement issues and things like that. So hopefully early 2022, but I'll stand to be corrected very soon if I misspoke on that. Okay.
And my final question is regarding the medical school, and I know you mentioned we're progressing in that regard. I had some thoughts about a school of allied health, and I know UVI can't do everything, and the bad thing is when you do a good job, more is even expected, and we want more. I think that a school of allied health where we can offer radiology technician majors and medical technologists and those high-paying critical positions that don't necessarily require you to go to medical school or to go to school for, for 4 or 5 years. You can still command a decent salary. And if you go to any office here in St. Thomas, you go to the hospital, you go to a doctor's office, very rarely do you see a Virgin Islander in one of those positions. So, I'm just thinking that this should be a big priority for the University of the Virgin Islands. I don't know if it is, I don't know if it isn't. What are your thoughts on that?
The Allied Health School would be a natural outgrowth from the medical school and the simulation center. So yes, there would be numerous opportunities in that regard. So I think that your idea that we should have that type of health center, I think would be a natural outgrowth of what we're doing. But the timing of your question is very good, because we have, again, a further update on the medical school issues tomorrow, and that will be one of the issues to be raised as to how we are going to be folding in those concerns into our entire medical operation at this point. It's an excellent point.
Okay. Judge Smock, thank you very much. We will not keep you here all day, I promise. So before we conclude, I would like to give you an opportunity to do close out a 30-second closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator. And I will be very, very brief. I'll simply say that, despite the pandemic...
Sorry, Judge Smock. Sorry. Point of personal privilege. Senator Gittens.
Oh, sorry.
Personal privilege. Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Gittens. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through the chair, I wanted to ask the Honorable Smock. You heard a question about, or a response about the Reichel Center. I wanted to just ask if there were any talks, or if there can be any talks of the purchase of Island Center on St. Croix, so we could have a similar entertainment center in the district of St. Croix.
That has never come up, but it's one more thing to add to my list here to think about. But to be honest with you, I don't even know who owns the Island Center. I understand it's not really functioning very well, but it is certainly something that we should look into.
Thank you. We could have a conversation. We can add that to our conversation when we speak on the other two programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and Senator Gittens, I will get that information for you. Actually, I had a whole bunch of responses here, because I know the last time we spoke, you were concerned about security systems, but we can talk about that offline too.
Yes. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I really wanted to take this time to say thank you, Judge Smack, to really say thank you for your service to our children, your service to what you have been and meant to the UVI. And I have a skill of looking at people when they talk, and when the eloquent young lady across the aisle say to you, you got to pay to play, I can see where it brought you to emotion. I can see the love that you have for what you're doing. And I had to utilize this time to say thank you on behalf of the people of this territory for all the time that you have put into UVI to make it what it is, and still willing to put in. So for that, I really want to say I appreciate you on behalf of the people of the territory. Thank you very much, Judge Smock.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Judge Smock, I apologize. I have one more question. And
okay, that's fine.
Has UVI looked into the possibility of building a track and field facility to retain our top athletes in the territory, either on St. Thomas, on St. Croix, or both? And do you know why UVI built a soccer field on St. Croix without a track and field facility around it? That is a question from a citizen of the Virgin Islands.
Yes, indeed, and that is again another in our strategic is to have a world class. Unfortunately, our soccer field here was used chewed up pretty badly, and it really hasn't totally recovered yet. But that's got to be something. And Senator, in terms of a track facility, I've always considered that to be something that is a high priority. What shocks me, though, is how incredibly expensive building a world-class track really is. And so there's going to have to be some special funding or donors set aside to get that particular project up and going. But it will happen, but it is fabulously expensive.
We will definitely work with you on that, Judge Smock.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Whitaker.
So for your disaster recovery efforts, is that a committee on the board that leads that effort in conjunction with the administration? How are you all at work on executing that, dealing with the FEMA challenges? Is there a specific committee on the board that works with that, and what's the name of that committee?
We have actually two committees that deal with issues of resiliency, recovery, and finances. You have, of course, the Finance and Budget Committee, which is headed by our Vice Chair, Oran Roebuck. We also work in conjunction with the committee that I head, which is my first love, which is Building and Grounds. So those are the two committees that deal with those particular issues of recovery and resiliency.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Whitaker.
I join with my colleagues in expressions of our university and support, therefore, and just continue to move forward with the university. And I also want to thank the university because I've been also blessed to have been honored by the university a number of times by the students and the faculty. So I'm just going to continue to commend, and I keep on emphasizing to all those who come before us, if we have challenges, capital projects, and moving us forward, that the Senate, we're here to support those efforts as long as we're transparent and clear so that we can best help you. Thank you so much for again putting yourself before this body, the body to be renominated, and now before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Smock. You may proceed with your 30-second wrap-up.
Are you sure?
I promise.
Anyway, I appreciate all the expressions of support. I really do. And I often joke that when I get cut, I bleed Buccaneer blue. And I got to tell you that despite the pandemics, the hurricanes, I know for a fact that our best days, not just UVI, but the territory, are ahead of us. I would not be willing to do this job again if I didn't truly believe that. We have done fabulous things despite great challenges, and I look forward to continuing to move. We've got a fabulous board. We have some new people coming on that I think are going to be great. So we'll do everything to move UVI and the territory forward. Thank you all, Senators.
Thank you very much, Judge Smock. Colleagues, is there a motion? Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that the renomination of Mr. Henry Smock to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees be voted upon favorably in this committee and be forwarded to the full body. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Joseph. And Senator Whitaker. Roll call on the renomination of Attorney Henry Smock to serve on the UVI Board of Trustees.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph Ye. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. absent. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, we have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Colleagues, the renomination of Attorney Henry Smock to serve on the UVI Board of Trustees has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably moved to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Judge Smock.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome, sir. And you are excused. Committee will take a 2-minute recess.
Trouble.
Colleagues, we're back on the record. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Our final nominee this afternoon is none other than Mr. Julio King, nominee for the Board of General Contractors. Mr. King, how are you doing today? Turn on your mic.
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Excellent, excellent. Welcome. Take a deep breath, relax. We are very honored to have you here today. We are glad that you decided to agree to serve as a Virgin Islander who is talented, who has been trained and prepared for this moment. We definitely appreciate you accepting this nomination to serve on this very important board. Before we proceed, Mr. King, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give today and the responses you will offer will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Potter and other members of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julio U.B. King, a nominee to serve on the Virgin Islands Board of General Construction Contractors, a board established within the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs as promulgated by the Virgin Islands Code Title 27. It is an honor and privilege to be asked to be a member of this board. I am willing and able, based on my extensive construction knowledge and experience, to serve on this board. With over 35 years of experience in the construction industry, I will bring my knowledge to the board, which will be helpful in fulfilling its duties and responsibilities with Title 27. I have been a licensed contractor dating back to 1987. After graduating from college with a Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies in 1984, I worked in California for a short time as a draftsman and returned home to the Virgin Islands, where I worked for the Department of Conservation and Cultural Affairs as a planner from 1984 through 1989. I then joined the firm of Alton A. Adams Jr. as a chief architect until 1995, when I decided to branch out and form my company, J.U.B. King and Associates, Inc. During my tenure with Alton Adams Jr., the following is a list of projects I was involved in executing. A, Belgian Place 1 and 2. B, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. C, Residence Hall located at the University of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas campus. D, Research and Extension Service Building at the University of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix campus. E, Bluebirds Castle condominium building. And F, the Daily News building. As president of J.B. King and Associates, Inc., I perform architectural services, project management, and home inspections. With specific reference to construction, I engage in commercial, industrial, residential construction, project ranging from several $100,000 to millions of dollars. The following is a short list of projects that I have worked with over the years. Item 1, architectural engineering services. A, numerous residential homes on St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And B, Agate Seventh-day Adventist Church in Belongo Bay, St. Thomas. Item 2, construction services. A, underground utilities and site work at the Marriott Frenchman's Cove. B, comfort station, drain inlets, stone retaining walls, and remodeling of the kitchen and bar in the clubhouse at Mahogany Run Golf Course. C, the construction of a 100,000-gallon cistern for the reverse osmosis plant at Mahogany Run. D, security improvement fencing, and Crown Bay guard book for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. E, Head Start Center repairs for the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, which was a design-build project. And F, the construction of 5 single-family homes for VI Housing Finance Authority, also a design-build. In 2014, 80 Construction Solutions, LLC, a construction-based company doing business in the Virgin Islands for over 12 years, engaged me as a project manager based on my extensive experience in the local construction industry. 80 Construction, LLC, is a subsidiary of Areco, a multidisciplinary construction company that is based in Puerto Rico for over 55 years. As project manager, I am responsible for overseeing the project's execution with the USVI, as well as managing staff, trades, supervising field work, and being the client's primary point of contact. I have a strong background in pre-construction, construction management, estimating, and fast-track complex projects, as evidenced in my 35+ years of architectural and construction experience. The following is a list of projects on the 80 Construction Solution, LLC. A, LPG conversion, water and power authority. B, Omar Brown Senior Fire Station relocation, directly across from Barbara Plaza. C, educational complex, track and field in St. Croix. D, Havenside Mall refurbishment, West Indies Company Limited. E, Department of Labor, hurricane damage repairs. F, Henry E. Ralston Airport Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Facility, the Airport Authority, St. Croix. G, Plantation Manor hurricane damage repairs. H, Capital Security Enhancement Project at the Juan de Lugo Federal Building. And I, Hurricane Recovery Project at the Juan de Lugo Federal Building. With my construction knowledge and experience, I look forward to making the following contributions to the work of the Virgin Islands Board of General Construction Contractors. A, provide a grading system for renewing construction license based on the contractor's track record. It is important that smaller contractors be rewarded for their job, work in the community, and don't be overshadowed by the larger construction companies. A system needs to be put in place to grade the contractor. B, reevaluate the general liability insurance package for contractors based on their exposure. The insurance limit should be commensurate with the size of the project. The contractor is engaged in and not across the board amount for every contractor regardless of project size. C, revisit the structure, the yearly fees, and construction contractors, which should be tied to the volume of business generated and not a flat fee for everyone regardless of size. D, conduct quarterly virtual seminars and invite various agencies to participate in training and create an awareness of construction products. And E, assist interested individuals in preparing to take the constructor's exam. Additionally, I believe the board can be instrumental in ensuring the quality of construction of building and structures in the territory remains high and one of the that serves as a model of other jurisdictions and in the region and abroad. Notwithstanding the ravages of the 2 Category 5 hurricane in 2017, I believe the territory has seen an improvement with respect to the resiliency of buildings and structures, which is a testament to the fine work done by construction contractors. I look forward to this great work, continuing and making my contribution to make it even better for the people of the beloved United States Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to share, and I'm available to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. King. I heard of feedback. Thank you very much, Mr. King. Ms. Senator Franklin Johnson, You may proceed with your 5 minutes. Senator Franklin Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the testifier.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today, sir, Mr. King?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Are you still employed or doing work for AT Construction Solution?
That is correct.
At any point, do you see if there conflict arise, would you be able to separate yourself from overseeing any project that they might be doing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good. And now, what I would like to ask, based on your knowledge, do you see any way where the tests for construction license could be adjusted if there's anything needs to be adjusted on that test?
Yes, I do. I took the test years ago. Unfortunately, at the time I took the test, there were about 6 to 7 of us that took the test, and only 2 people passed. And unfortunately, I think the reason for that was it's more geared, I think the tests are more geared to the contiguous, states, talking about efflorescence, talking about certain things that we do not go through here as contractors. So as a result, we could tailor the test to gear more for the culture that we have here in the Virgin Islands.
And I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear your response. Can you mute your mic for a minute, Mr. King?
Mr. King, when you're not speaking with your mic, I think that might be the cause of the feedback that we're experiencing.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you respond to that question, because I think a lot of our tests, especially in the field of constructions, are so far off, and a lot of our very talented contractors, electricians, plumbers, are facing a challenge with these tests that have been put in place by who I don't know, but for sure it doesn't reflect the type of work that we do here in the territory. One of the other questions I would like to ask, we've gone to somewhat a new building code, and my question is, I realize they're moving a 3x8 from 32 by center to now 24 by center. And some of those homes that was built back then have 6-inch block. What is your take with the weight of those 3x8s going on these 6-inch blocks?
Okay, to address that, first of all, if you're going to build now by code, a 6-inch block is not acceptable for an exterior.
No, what I think you misunderstand me. Mute for a minute. What I'm saying, some of the homes that are being reconstructed, they were built back when the 6-inch block was on the exterior and interior, and the code is now moving to that 3x8, and they're asking for 24 by center. What effect do you think that will have on that home that was built with that 6-inch block and those 3x8s, 24 by center?
I think it does have an effect. It's a lot of weight putting on those existing 6-inch walls. There are different things that could be done. For example, a new concrete beam, internal columns that should be done in order to accommodate or take some of that load off of those existing walls. So these are issues that should be addressed as to how to deal with them, especially dealing with DPNR as to putting protocols in place for these issues, for these concerns.
I really appreciate hearing that. I think those are some of the challenges. And my last question, because you have a very extensive experience here, and I don't think there's much I could trip you up with today here. but my last question to you would be, in the line of construction.
30 seconds.
When it comes to our cement companies, do you think that the strength of our grade of cement are standardized, and are they meeting the grade of that product?
Good questions. Sometimes you have a hit and miss. Overall, yes, we do. Because in terms of doing quality control, we have met the standards, the required standards from the engineers, architects. So as a result, we do. Unfortunately, sometimes we get a batch that is inconsistent and sometimes have to be rejected. But overall, we do have good materials.
Just, Mr. Chair, may I just one final question? Mr. Chair.
You may proceed, Senator Johnson.
I happen to observe a project that's going on in the island of St. Croix, and to be specific, the Parley Joseph Stadium. And I pretty much go by and I, take a pass just to take a look at what's going on in that project. And they have bundles of steel sitting there. And this project, as you know, is close by the beach, Fort Frederick Beach. And the steel that I saw there, I took picture of the steel, is already rusting. It's real rusty. Please tell us what effect that would have if that steel is used in the project going forward. And I'll, stand and listen, please.
Okay. In reference to steel that has already started to corrode, it's like cancer. Once it starts, it's going to just continue. If you, by chance, use the steel, what it will do, it will start to cause spalling in the concrete, which means it's going to expand, it's going to explode the concrete, and it will just continue to rust and rust and rust. So it is not good to do that. What needs to be done? You need to cut out and use the minimum that you can in terms of moving forward. Recommendation would be not to use that steel.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Julio King, and I want to commend you for taking the leap to be on this board that you're nominated to the General Construction Contractors Board, specifically. I wanted to ask you, you've never served on any board in the government of the Virgin Islands?
No, I have not.
Well, I think it's most befitting of you to choose this board, given your extensive experience in construction. I noted the level of and diversity of your construction projects over the 35 years that you have been working in this industry, and I must commend you. I wanted to ask you some questions based on some of the items you outlined, which are very key, what you would like to do as far as your objectives if you and when you are selected and voted favorably upon to be a member of the Board of General Construction Contractors. First, let's talk about your interest in preparing persons to take part and successfully pass the General Construction Contractor's License. What do you see as the mechanism that you can do and work with should you become a board member?
Okay, some of the concerns that I have in the past, I have seen too many locals been working for years, grew up in the construction industry, their father, their uncles, and so forth, doing the job. But unfortunately, it's difficult for them to sit and take the test because the way how it's worded, the way how certain things are put together, it's difficult for them to understand. Some of the terms that's being used, which is construction industry, but having no formal training, it is tough for them to go through and be able to take that test. So as a result, I'm thinking of having to have seminars, different speakers, ever so often when the need becomes, available to be able to give, seminars, training in some of the construction terms and procedures.
Okay, thank you. Now, in that training, because you mentioned something that is very dear to me, training, have you undertaken any type of training of other potential persons in the construction industry, whether they're young people or older people who you know or who you have seen and worked with over the years have demonstrated that level of love and dedication to this industry that you have, similar to you, that you have?
Good question. Where do I start? I have quite a few.
At the beginning.
Quite a few. Okay. Back when I just opened JB King and Associates, I did mentorship to students at the high school. So, for example, I had one student came 3 times a week because he was interested in architecture but wasn't sure if it's something that he would like. He just loved to draw. So he came by me 3 times a week for about 3 years until he just had the passion. From then, he went to school, went to Hampton University, obtained his bachelor's in architecture. He has worked, we continue back and forth until now. He's back here in St. Thomas working as a project manager. So that's one person that I'm very proud of.
And
but not only him.
Successful.
I have mentored other folks, some similar to not only in architecture, but also in construction. I have helped folks that even couldn't get the construction test, that I was able to help them to pass the other test, which is the trades test. And as a result, I use them a lot to do little, roofing jobs or smaller items. Okay. So yes, there are quite a few, but that's just one I mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. Time. So if you could put your, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed, Senator Joseph.
Okay, so that's going along with what some of the things that I see that we need to do here. We need more business-minded persons who have the level of experience and training to step up and take on apprentices in this construction industry. Would you be willing to do that as a board member and encourage your fellow board members to do that? That's one. And also, I wanted to encourage you to also reach out to the Department of Labor. They have an apprenticeship program for you to really get with some young people and persons who are interested in the construction field to mentor, career shadow, and have them serve as your apprentice, because you have worked on a number of high-profile projects over the years. Now, let me ask my final question, Mr. Chairman. Relative to the bonding issue with contractors, construction contractors, what do you see can be done? Because a lot of our contractors are not getting a bite into some of the rehabilitation work, the disaster recovery work that is being done here in the Virgin Islands. And when federal money comes to the community, we are supposed to be eating it who live here locally, mostly. What do you see can be done regarding that?
Okay, let me answer the first question first, in reference to having a place to go to have training and to train the young, folks in order to learn a trade. I've been talking to someone for the past 2 weeks. That person is interested in doing something like that here, as a little similar to what we did in high school years ago. I was guided as to where I should go, education, and to Department of Labor to try to get that in place. It's in the early stage now, so I can't give much information. But I am looking into it because I have an outfit or someone that's interested. They already have it set up in the States, and they would like to come here and do the same thing. So that's something I'm looking into quite a bit. Now, in reference to the other question, which is, let me see, that was the first question.
Regarding the bonding, which is an impairment to many of our construction contractors to be able to qualify for some of the bid that are being put out.
Bonding is a big task. Based on federal funds, the federal government have guidelines. In order for you to bid a certain project, you have to have X amount of experience. You have to have, X amount of liability. It's quite a bit. The only way I can see us getting away or getting around that is if some legislation is passed that can void some of these things, which is going to be difficult because the federal government set their own rules. Now, at one point, I thought it was good for us to get as a group. If one contractor cannot do it, you might be able to find 5 contractors that would be able to pool the resources together and get a bond. The unfortunate thing about that is who's going to take the lead, because you have to have something in reference to collateral. You go to the bonding companies, they want collateral. Say, for example, for a project, 5 million. They don't only want 5 million. They want 100% for payment, 100% for performance, and whatever percentage it is for bid bond. Now we're talking, instead of 5 mil, is over 10 mil. So those are the concerns. And it's a little difficult, but if we were able to get companies to come, because a lot of companies left over the years, by all the disasters and so forth. If we have companies that would come in and at least address these issues, you don't have to start big. We can start with 1 million, then you keep growing, then you go to 2 million, because that's the disadvantage that we have, because we have companies coming in that's, bondable to 50 million, 100 million. You can't really play ball with them.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Mr. King.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Whitaker, please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Mr. King, for stepping forward. The issue of construction is very near and dear to me. I'm the granddaughter of Wesley Brown Sr., a well-respected contractor who built a number of homes and government buildings in our territory, particularly one of our schools here in St. Croix.
Senator Whitaker, you're coming across very soft on this end. Can you hold the mic and maybe speak into it, maybe a little louder so that we can hear you clearer on this end?
I'll repeat myself. If you want to start my time.
No, you can go ahead. You can go forward.
Okay, thank you. So as I expressed, again, thank you, Mr. King, for coming forward to basically, move forward and help us with the construction industry. As I expressed, if one person did not hear me, construction is very near and dear to me as the granddaughter of Wesley Brown Sr., who's a well-respected contractor who's helped to build many homes and facilities and even a school here in St. Croix. And he did that during a time when a lot of, our history really demonstrates a time in history where a lot of local people who also first who came from the other Caribbean islands helped to build our society. And that has certainly changed, and we need to kind of reset it so that we can restore our local people, residents, long-term citizens, really being part of this industry. Mr. King, in terms of, you're definitely well qualified for this position. And in your last statement, well, first off, let me speak to workforce development. I am the chair of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. And for your knowledge, we have the Virgin Islands Board of Education, of course, the what you don't hear a lot about, but in last year, there's been a lot more activity. The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, and for quite some time, the Workforce Development Board, it's taken on different names over history. Go back into history under Department of Labor, it's the CETA program. It's now, again, just transformed itself. It's the same type. And so with that, Mr. King, if you are successful, how do you plan to engage these stakeholder entities that I just mentioned in carrying out your duty as a member of the board? How would you work with them to ensure that we move past the current status quo in engaging these public stakeholder entities?
That's a good question, because in terms of what has to be done, first of all, we have to do the research as to what can be done, and then to proceed to these different entities. It's unfortunate with some of the entities, the politics that we have to go through to get a few, to get the ball going. Now, I have already started to look into certain things, such as how do we be able to give courses for different trades, masons, electricians, plumbers. I have been pointed to a specific direction, and those are the things in which I plan to proceed.
Very good.
As a member of the, excuse me?
And I'll just have you break right there on the matter of courses of study. So the CTEC board is responsible for all career and technical education in the territory. Meetings are the third Wednesdays of every month from 2 to 4 p.m. and the board invites stakeholders like yourself to come and present. And that board is certainly, Workforce Development Board is focused on youth apprenticeships, also for the adults. And so there's funding there. And currently, as we speak, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has given them $10 million to execute workforce development, and that's, of course, a 27-member board. So you do have, I hear you about the politics, but as a person who serves on the CTEC board, there are no politics there. There are people who are engaged in this effort. And I wanted to, because the time is short, is to also speak to you about the notion of also getting other members. Are you aware that the commissioner, the LCA Commissioner Evangelista, is currently the only member of the now one-member board because the law allows for the board to just be the commissioner of the LCA?
No, I'm not.
That is just a one-member board right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Would you plan on getting assisting with the effort in recruiting more members? So it would be not just you and Attorney Commissioner Evangelista, but it will be other members as well.
That is something that definitely we should look into, and I would make it a point that that would be something that we would look forward to getting that board active.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I think I'm not sure what the vision was back in 2000 when the senators did that, but the impact it's had now in 21 years has been severe in terms of having just a one-member board or just not many members. The other item that I want to speak to you about, just in closing, so what would be your short-term goal as you assume office? What would you do in the short in terms of getting the word out about the activities of the board and even as we spoke about education efforts? Because then you had another point, you were continuing on your line of your statement regarding the education.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, in reference to the CTEC, I think I will reach out to your office so I can get a little bit more information to proceed on that line. But in reference to some of the short-term goals and long-term goals, some of the short-term goals I have identified, such as, dealing with the general liability insurance packages, because right now there's just a minimum of a minimum of 100,000 for every contractor. For some small contractors, it might be a little tough. For the bigger contractors, that's nothing for them to get their license renewed. That's one of the goals that I'm looking to address. Another goal I'm looking to address is to have it to grade a lot of these contractors, have small contractors that has a very good that doing good work, but they only did so far. You have large contractors that come in, do what they need to do, and then they leave. But then we are left open the bag. So the idea is to be able to create a grading system for the construction industry. So when you renew your license, you have a grade, you have a tier, and that determines in the renewal process.
Thank you, and I think I really commend that your statement and that effort, because we have set up barriers for our own people, actually, our own residents and people. We've set up a lot of barriers over time, and we have to be able to shift those and address those barriers and to really restore construction in our territory. And just the final point, I will ask my colleagues to support legislation in this regard. I do plan, I have actually submitted weeks ago, really that we should really remove the provision.
Senator Whitaker, time was called. You have 30 seconds to wrap up, please.
Member for construction board. And secondly, really addressing the issue of how bonds are put out. Just as a way of information, we have the Office of Disaster Recovery putting out bids, and in many cases putting out the 100% of the contract price bids, in addition to, of course, our basic licensing requirement. And just for clarification for the public to be aware for information, we're talking about the Miller Act, the Federal Miller Act, and states have passed little millers. So we as a body would really need to analyze whether in fact we have to go along with the Miller Act, because all states have actually had to pass their own Miller laws in order to, to not so much adhere to the federal government, but to be part of, the whole network. So we need to really address that and see if we're imposing.
Senator Whitaker, time was called at least 2 minutes ago. Senator Whitaker?
So of course, we'll be getting, really a legal analysis about Miller and shifting what's going on with construction and the bonding issues. Thank you so much.
Senator Whitaker, I was trying to get your attention. Time was called several minutes ago, so I was going to ask you for 30 seconds to wrap up. But thank you for your testimony, for your statements. Senator Gittens, you can proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish that we all would just listen out for the time. As we proceed, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, special good afternoon, Mr. King. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you. Could you pull back on your camera? Somehow you've disappeared on us. It might be us internally. However, I'm going to ask you as well to sit closer to your mic, because as you sit back and you speak out and your volume is up, you're giving a feedback and we can't understand some of your responses. But first, let me thank you for your willingness to serve on this board that you've been nominated to. And I want to ask, how were you nominated to this board? Initially, were you approached, or you made the approach and showed interest?
I was approached a few years back in the last administration, and I was approached again this year. Well, last year, 2020, in this administration.
Thank you. And the fact that you were approached by the administration, are you able to make decisions on your own and not be influenced in any way by any political forces?
Yes, I would. Based on all the work that I've done, I cannot depend on other, people's thoughts. I have a mind of my own, so a lot of these things, I don't think I will be influenced by anyone in pertaining to this, which is my field. I have the final say. So to answer your question, no, I wouldn't be influenced
Thank you.
Any others.
And if there's any, I want you to remind them of that as well, because you came here with your credentials, not someone else's. Have you been able to review in part or in whole any part of Title 27, Chapter 10 of the Virgin Islands Code, which speaks to your the board that you're nominated for, the General Construction Contractors Board?
Yes, I have.
In whole or in part?
In whole.
So you know that you have from sections 330 to 344, correct?
That is correct.
And so you know that the board has the authority to subpoena and do other things of such in their duties and responsibilities, and you have the ability to hire legal counsel, correct?
That is correct.
Have you been to any prior board meetings?
No, I haven't been to other board meetings pertaining to this.
Have you met with anyone on the board prior to your nomination hearing today?
No, I have not.
Okay, you should have, though, at least for a little orientation. So can you tell us how many people serve on this board?
Yeah, you have a total of 7. 3 from St. Croix, 3 from St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John.
And where the 7th one comes from?
St. John. Oh, sorry. You have no, you don't. By Commissioner of, you have 1 from the Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Exactly. That's your 7th person.
30 seconds.
So do you know if the board has all members appointed at this time? Are you filling anyone's expired term or vacancy?
I don't think the board has anyone too much. No, the board doesn't have a full party at this point.
Thank you, and that's why I asked if you've met with anyone so that we could know if there's any vacancies, why this board isn't operating or functioning as it should. I don't know a thing, and time has been called. May I wrap up right here, Mr. Chair?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. I don't know a thing about construction, but one thing I noticed after the hurricanes is that, and don't get me wrong, because I was grateful for the assistance coming into the territory. However, when they started bringing in people to assist, I've realized that a lot of these guys probably never even seen a concrete house. And they thought that they were coming here to deal with free, what do you call it, sheetrock and plywood house, I guess.
Stick construction, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know those fancy terms, but this is where I am really counting on this board to have a keen eye on these things, and God forbid we have another disaster, that you all will be intricately involved in individuals or entities coming here to the territory to provide assistance, that they don't create more of a stress for residents, but rather offer the assistance that we're supposed to get. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. I don't have much questions for you, but wanted to bring that to your attention, and at the appropriate time, I mean, I know of your qualifications, so at the appropriate time, I'll be casting my support for your nomination. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis, please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Prefab as well, wanted to
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the nominee for his willingness to serve on this board, and your resume and experience speaks for itself. In fact, you will be the first person that have been nominated for this board, and it's a work in progress. You know, this board has been dormant for quite some time, and it's the administration's effort as we have been nudging for some action to be taken in order for us to be able to fill this board so that we don't have unilateral decisions being made by solely the DLCA commissioner who has been acting in that stead of the board for quite some time now. So, while you may be the first person to have been nominated, I'm sure that there's a work in progress to be able to nominate additional individuals so that they could staff up this board and get it going. For me, I think that we have a bigger issue at hand. And while I don't have any questions about your experience and knowledge, I think that when we look at the cost of construction in this territory, it's really out of the reach of even the middle class. Prices of sand is $110 a yard, and that's on St. Croix. I can't imagine what it is on St. Thomas or St. John. Yard of concrete is $200 or more on St. Croix, and I would imagine is higher in St. Thomas and St. John as well. So I believe that what we are doing is really driving out the middle class, and we continue to have a situation where construction is really being put out of the reach of individuals in the middle class at this time. So we have our work cut out for us, and yes, we'd like to see this board staff up, but we also would like to see some enforcement being done by DLCA to kind of control and drive the bus in regards to the cost of construction. Mr. King, are you familiar with what's a journeyman?
Yes, I am. A journeyman is someone.
I believe that we have a situation as well where we have individuals that is quote-unquote contractors that could build a home from the cistern and foundation all the way to the roof that will never, ever qualify or be able to take the contractor's license and qualify for it as a general contractor. Would you agree with that assertion?
Definitely.
So we have to create an avenue by which we are allowing for, even beyond just being able to qualify for that level, that we have journeymen that could really be able to be recognized, be licensed, and be able to have a seat at the table. What do you say about that?
Now, the only concern I have about that, you have a lot of Indians, but not all Indians are chiefs. In some areas, you have a lot of good workers, very good craftsmen, but they're not cut out to be, quote unquote, a general contractor. A general contractor deals with much more than just building a house. You can have carpenters, they can get carpentry, license. You can have masonry, license, electrician, plumber, and so forth. But a general contractor covers the entire realm, which means that not everyone is actually cut out to do that, because there's a lot more to be a general contractor than just a tradesman. So
I totally agree with you, and that's the reason why I asked you about the journeyman method, or how do we create that level beneath the general contractor so that those individuals could have a seat at the table. Because I went back to say that some of these individuals, even though they're well qualified, very skilled individuals, they will never be able to pass the test to become a general contractor.
Correct.
So, and that's what I'm saying, that we really have to have that conversation where we could be able to engage those people because they do have the skill set, but they will never be able to qualify for the contractor's level. Do you have a suggestion of how do we reach out to them, that level?
Well, presently we have trade license. Trade license would be for a carpenter. If this guy is good, he deals with roofs, he does carpentry. There is a trade license for that. You don't have to take a test. All you have to do is show the qualifications. Have, a resume, you have, reference letters. So there is a place for those folks right now, such as a trades license.
Are you aware of anyone that have been able to qualify for a trades license of recent?
30 seconds.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that process goes through the LCA?
Yes, it does. They have to go submit, and yes, it does. Because I wrote a letter of recommendation for that person, and he has it right now.
Very well.
Time.
So, and I think one of my colleagues asked you about apprenticeship programs, and are you engaged or willing to support us creating an apprenticeship program? I mean, obviously, we have that through the Department of Labor and some other contractors that may be responsible for assisting with that. But is that something that, as a board member, and once we're able to get the board going, that you would like to see push forward?
Definitely, I'd like to see it push forward. Unfortunately, we have a lot of young, guys out there just come out of school, don't really have a trade. We need to teach them something. I am definitely pulling forward for that. That's the reason I've been doing a little research in the past couple of weeks.
Very well. I'm having a little bit difficulties in hearing you, but I certainly support your nomination and look forward to. I'm hoping that you could make some recommendation to the governor as well, or to this body, so that we could forward to the governor. But I'd like to see us be able to fill this board, so that we could get them moving in the right direction. Again, thank you for your willingness to serve. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Gregory, please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Mr. King. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
Great.
Thanks.
There's no doubt that you come to the legislature for this particular board with a wealth of experience. I see that in your testimony, you spoke specifically about a number of projects that you've been, significant projects actually, that you have been instrumental in moving forward here in the territory. But I have a couple of questions. So, while you have an extensive resume, and there's no doubt that you qualify to sit on the board of general contractors of the Virgin Islands, I have a few questions. And my first question is, share with me, based on all of your experiences, what do you see as your top 3 strengths that you bring to the general contractors board here in the territory?
Okay, good question. The top 3 items. First of all, I have a wealth of knowledge when it comes to construction management. Construction management is more than just putting a frame together, pouring concrete. It's how all the trades come together to unify to get a task done. In building a home, it requires plumbers, electricians, carpenters, masons. So that is a big issue. So a lot of times we need to identify with the contractors how some of these things work. It's not just to be able to build a box. It's what it takes, or how many different trades coming together to unify to get that done. All right, that's one of. Okay, second strength is that I still have, even I'm getting up there in age, I still have the capability to walk the site. I walk the sites every day. When it comes to quality control, that's one of my biggest items. Quality control in terms of making sure that we're doing it according to plans and specs, make sure the concrete, for example, is good in terms of what the required strengths should be, making sure that the soil is compacted correctly, make sure that the walls are plumb. These are things that I do on an everyday basis. So as a result, of course, I become strong in that aspect. And my third strength, as you notice in there, I am the one that deals with the communication with owners. For some reason, they have a tendency, most owners have a tendency to like me in terms of communication. So I don't like to talk too much in public, but one-to-one, it's a piece of cake. So that's my other strength, communication with the different agencies.
Thank you for your responses. So what I got from you is you come with a wealth of knowledge, you are a stickler for quality control, and you are an excellent communicator. And those are good qualities for any individual that we are considering to serve on any board here in this territory. But let me ask you about paying it forward. So you have a wealth of experience here in the Virgin Islands. You are actually one of our top contractors. You're well sought here in the territory. So tell me, there's some Department of Labor programs that we have in the Virgin Islands, the apprenticeship program, and of course, I'm certain that you heard that the governor spoke specifically about improving on the workforce development due to the myriad of opportunities we have here with rebuilding as a result of the storms of 2017. So tell me, how are you paying it forward? Are you engaging young people? Do you have an apprenticeship program? Have you worked with the Department of Labor? Because there is a program that you could engage in, and they've asked us to really reach out to folks who are, in the fields, the fields that are of importance right now, so we could get our young people trained up so they can work with individuals like yourself. So tell me, how are you paying it forward, and whether or not you're working with the Department of Labor to do so, or the Department of Education for that matter.
Okay, as I mentioned before, I was pointed in the direction to go and talk with Department of Education and Department of Labor. I did call Department of Labor. I have to go through the paperwork, because what I'm trying to do is to try to put this forward. Right now, we have one person working with us as an intern. He's basically looking on, learning the trade. Of course he gets paid, but he's a young guy. He's in school. Actually, he just obtained his associate degree, but he's been with us for a while. So these are the things that we're trying to do. But other than that, we have, I have the idea of, just as you said, have a school. It doesn't have to be big, but just at least learn the trade, or at least give the interest if this is something that they would be interested in. For me, I have done it a lot in the past, having them work with me just to be a tag along. And during the summer, for example, the school kids, I had about 2 of them tagging along with me throughout the course of the day, making sure that, is this something that you really like? Or is it something that you would consider? So at least just to get their feet wet, they were tagging along.
Thank you for your responses. I think it's so important that we build the apprenticeship programs here in the Virgin Islands. And like I said, someone like yourself should definitely tap into the Department of Labor program so you could help our young people who are interested or to become interested in fields like the one that you are in. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for accepting the call to serve on the board. Working on boards here in the territory is not easy, so I want to thank you. I know that you're very busy, but I want to thank you. I am not a member of this committee. However, at the appropriate time, I will vote for you in the affirmative. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Fred Gregory. Mr. King, clearly you bring credentials, you have the educational credentials, you have the experience that definitely will be valuable on this committee, on this board. My first question to you is clearly you are an accomplished general contractor here in the Virgin Islands. This board, the problem with boards in the territory has been establishing a regular quorum. Folks sign up for boards, but once you get things flowing, it's challenging getting them to come to the meetings to do the business of the board. Are you aware of the commitment that your role on the board will require? And are you settled in your mind that this is something that you can commit to?
Yes, I am aware. I'm not sure of how often, but this is something that I would need to make the time for, because I'm not only doing it for me, but for those that will come behind me. We're searching to be able to accomplish certain things for the young people, and if it means taking an extra time to make sure we pave the way, that's something that I would like to do. At this point, we always say we're getting to the point that we're going to retire, we're going to slow down, we're going to do these things. These are the things that I would slow down to actually get more involved with. I would slow down the heavy construction just for me to be able to deal with the board, deal with some of the upcoming or the future of tomorrow workers. So yes, I am committed.
Thank you for that, Mr. King. Do you have a general sense as to how many licensed general contractors we have in the Virgin Islands? I mean, that may be an unfair question, but do you have any idea, any sense, roughly, ballpark?
I don't want to guess, but I know we do have quite a few general contractors that is not even local. We have a few that's came from away. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we give reciprocity, but that's something that we'll need to look into, because after the hurricane, you had a lot of folks coming in, a lot of companies coming in and getting licensed very quick. And I can't say how much that is at this point, but it's something that I would probably look into, because it is a concern. Folks coming in because they have a license from somewhere else, they get in reciprocity. Reciprocity is only really good for professional license, architectural, engineers, things like that.
Got you. I mean, that brings me to my next question, and the concern that, generally speaking, you don't see Virgin Islanders in the roles of, just generally in the trades. You don't see young people being tradesmen. You don't see electricians. You don't see carpenters coming from the Virgin Islands. That's a concern of mine. I know after the hurricanes, we had to bring in a large number of folks to meet the needs of the territory's rebuilding effort. We still don't have sufficient personnel to do so, but my concern is once we experience a hurricane and we were aware of our needs as far as electricians and carpenters and the like, and we had to import them, there ought to have been some strategy for us to be preparing the next contractors, the next carpenters and electricians for the next event. It's no question that we are going to have, more storms, more severe, more frequently. And if we had to import a large deal of persons for Irma and Maria, we should be preparing the next generation of folks to meet the needs without having to import folks in the future. But that's just something for you to think about when you are on the board, when you're confirmed for the board. Senator Francis, I believe, was correct when he mentioned the high cost of construction here in the territory. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that as a general contractor here in the territory. Is there anything that can be done to address the high cost of construction, where you can have, let's say, middle-income people, a firefighter and a teacher, trying to put their resources together to build a home, or a nurse and a policeman? They are priced out of the market. They aren't eligible for any low income credits or low income benefits, and they can't afford, the houses that start at $500,000, $600,000. Do you have any thoughts on that? Is there a time for us to maybe come together, the bankers, the contractors, some of our retailers, the legislature, to figure out a way to contain or bring down the cost of construction in the territory?
Time.
Yes, that's something that is just aching. And some of the reasons our prices are so high, first of all, competition. That's number one. With more competition, the price has a tendency to level out. The prices of materials is just way too much, way too much. And as a result, after the hurricane, everyone has now become a contractor. Prices gone up. Everything goes up. And unfortunately, you don't get the quality of work that you think you're getting, because everyone now is a contractor. Because they could hit a nail in a piece of wood, they are now carpenters. Before, if they could put a little concrete underground, they are now masons. And those are the concerns that we have. Those are the things that we need to be able to streamline. And then in doing so, then we'll be able to help get good work, and not only good work, we'll be able to getting together as a team, keeping certain, costs to a point. It's going to be tough, though. It's going to be tough because you can't turn the ball back. The more we have a demand for certain materials and certain trades, is the more the price goes up. It's something to be discussed, think about, and come up with ways in which we could help to streamline, because it's unfortunate. The price of homes, I remember doing homes for like $180 a square foot, $160 a square foot. Now, a home, for example, housing finance, those homes are running $250, $245. It's expensive. And what's expensive? The first thing is, for example, let me give you an example. We just poured concrete this week. We paid $280 per yard. All right? $280 a yard. I remember when we were paying a little, $98, $100 when Tutu was being built.
Wow.
It has inflated a whole lot. Not only because it has inflated, but a lot of times we take advantage of the system. We take advantage of the system. And these are things that we need to look into as a board member. We have to be able to regulate. We have to be able to regulate. And apparently, in reading the documents for Title 27, the board has teeth. The board could, subpoena, the board could do a lot of things. So sometimes it takes making an example to make sure that these things are straightened out and we could do better moving forward.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I have just two final questions, Mr. King, and this is a question that I just received via text. Ask him if he knows, if you have an opinion on prefab homes and whether or not they are strong enough to withstand the type of storms that we can expect in the territory. You have a thought on that?
I do have a thought. Years ago, there were a few prefab homes that were approved to be built here in the Virgin Islands. There were only a handful, probably about 3, that was approved because it met the requirements. That was Hugo time, Maryland time. Since that, I don't know of any that has passed that. But the Department of Planning and Natural Resources building permit would have those. You just cannot bring a prefab home and expect it to meet the requirements, because a lot of times, depending on where the prefab comes from, we're on a different zone, we're on a different requirement. We under code, Boca code, we have seismic, we have to look at it where it has to meet the code here in the Virgin Islands. And a lot of them do not, because of where they come from.
So your recommendation to Virgin Islanders who are contemplating bringing in a prefab, home to the territory is to pause before making that purchase. I know people are desperate for some relief to the high cost of construction, but your recommendation is to pause before, entering into an arrangement for a prefab situation here in the territory. Okay.
Well, it depends, because you have prefabs. For example, Puerto Rico had some prefabs that they will send you the blocks, and you will build the shell. The shell will be built out of concrete and blocks with whatever wood roof, and then the inside is all built out, which is the stick construction. You put up wood walls, sheetrock. So it depends. It would have to be, yes, you would have to take each step at a time to see what it is, if it's acceptable. Because a lot of times you can build a shell, just do the shell and go from there. But a lot of the prefab homes, when it comes to wood, which we refer to as stick construction, those do not stand up.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
The final question has to do with the exam, the licensed contractor exam. I got a call that the exam has not been given for some time here on St. Thomas because of some restrictions with facilities, and folks have had to travel to St. Croix to take the exam. So I just want you to just think about that when you are confirmed for this position. Let this be something for you to look into, Mr. King. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. King, I want to ask you, well, first of all, I want to just tell you that we were honored to have you here today as a candidate for the Board of General Contractors. You did an excellent job, I think, representing yourself today. You did the King name justice. King name is still untarnished, Mr. King, so you should be proud of that. Please take 30 seconds to offer your closing remarks.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank the Board of Rules and Judiciary for the time, and I'd like to thank the Governor for nominating me for being a part of the Board of General Construction Contractors. I appreciate the confidence you have in me, and I am pretty sure that you will make this happen. I am committed in order for us to move forward to a better place for the community. And again, I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. Is there a motion? Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Mr. Chairman, I hereby move that the nomination of Mr. Julio U.B. King to the Virgin Islands Board of General Construction Contractors be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Okay. Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Julio King to serve on the Board of General Contractors.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yea. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph Ye. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. absent. Senator Payne absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yes.
Senator Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, we have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Mr. Julio King to serve on the Board of General Construction Contractors has been approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be favorably moved to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Mr. King.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Colleagues, this exhausts the agenda of our very first Rules and Judiciary Committee. The committee officially stands adjourned.